Hello, friends. Welcome back. It's a Sunday night. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. This is the season 2 finale of Witcher Road's Home. We have shock and awe, a full cast to begin the whole episode. This is I think maybe the first or second time this happened all season, but we love to say that everybody's here, including Simon's cat. And
Hello.
we might even get to see Tesla sometime, probably later tonight. But we'll go around and let my fine, wonderful friends share who they are and who they are going to be playing tonight for the end of the season. And we're going to start to my right on the overlay with the wonderful, fabulous Lindy. Hello, Lindy.
That's me, Lindy. Hi, I'm Lindy, and I will be playing Countess Witcher Countess, Lady Von Vedler, Brenna Von Vedler. Just, doing her regular thing, helping ransack, loot Mage's Tower like they did, and, is going to go home, back, and maybe have a vivisection. Who knows? It's just great. It was great.
Consensual.
Nothing's
I
more
forgot
vivid
about
than
the vivisection.
God
I was
damn,
gonna
I
say,
forgot about
Simon,
that.
you spoke way too soon when you spoke earlier. If you forgot about the vivisection.
Consensual vivisection, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
It's an important
Well,
distinction.
I don't know whether or not Kadarn has consented to the vivisection just yet. I just feel like
Yeah, but it's the options out there. Should he so choose?
And then, which leads to a wonderful transition to, hey Simon, how are you? As we go directly below Lindy on the overlay.
Hello. I'm Simon. I poked my eye out right before stream. Otherwise, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, how's Kadarn doing?
Thank you for asking. Kadarn is doing great. Nothing could have ruined his life. Kadarn's doing okay.
I mean, Kadarn had a feeling last time.
Multiple. But yeah, I'm Simon at Wondering the M, he, him, and I'm playing Kadarn, who also goes by he, him pronouns. I am the resident mage and 3 times Banard Orgy winner.
Mm-hmm.
Back to you.
Thank you. Well, that brings us over to jumping over to the other side of the overlay. Hey, Billy, how are you? How are you feeling? How's Artzo?
Good. What is up, motherfuckers? I am Billy, as some might also call me. I'm doing pretty good. All ramped up for a solid Sunday night of gaming with my friends. And these are some intense times as Artzo finds himself separated from the group. Discovering some clues about the origin of a particular curse, and has found some capable hands to escort him to the woods, to one of many potential woods, to search for a Leshen.
He's going into the woods.
Into the woods.
into the woods.
Yes. Indeed. And that leaves us with the other wonderful individual to my left on the overlay, above Billy on the overlay. Hey, Trooper, how are you? How was your journey into the woods?
Into the woods, agony is what I'm trying to say. No, well, I mean, so the thing is, I'm Trooper SOP and I'm doing very well. And I'm like, grooving. I'm very excited to be here for the season finale, where I was told by Prax that none of us players would make poor decisions, which I don't know how she could how she could say that so boldly and so confidently, because has she met us? I mean, has she met us?
I would like to point out that I am merely restating what someone else said publicly on a Dragon Age stream on this channel.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, Simon.
Oh, Simon. Yeah, okay, Simon, I don't know what you were thinking, but I'm sure none of us will make any poor decisions at all. In any way. Nope, nope. And let me see. And I'm playing Yanto, who is depends on what he needs you to think he is. Let's just call Yanto a connoisseur of fake identities. And yes, a connoisseur of fake identities, who is helping to loot Banard, but really he's just there to gather intel, in case he needs another fake identity, and make sure that these folks here don't get themselves killed, and also carry stuff, just some schlepping, so it'll go faster. And also to see what this Banard place is like. He's heard many things about it from various people, like Darren or Javik, but he's heard about it, so he gets to see it now. So that's great. And I'm excited to find out what happens. I'm also super excited to make all the best decisions and no bad decisions.
No bad decisions whatsoever.
Agony. Anyway, that's it.
I mean, well, we could start with the agony or the ecstasy, which is an entirely different movie, by the way. And
It's also not the drug that Arzo's making.
No, I'm a little sad that Arta is going to be making drugs and
for your
It's- I
competition.
think-
Arta's not involved.
I think yeah, the phrase in this case would be let's start either with the agony or the crystal meth.
Hashtag don't do drugs, kids. It's not good for you.
Oh, he
No,
doesn't
they're-
do them. He makes them. That's fine.
Also, don't make drugs, because then the FBI will come to your house in the middle of the night.
And also they
Your
sometimes
stream's age
explode.
Or your
loaded,
house
right?
will burn down.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, the
Rude.
house stream is age gated, but I still say these things.
Just making sure.
So, that leaves us to a very important question. When we left off, there was a conversation, there was an offer of consensual vivisection made after Kadarn went through his experience of a feeling after he had a very interesting conversation with a entity being, demon. It was a demon. There was a demon.
Didn't hear anything about it. I was time stopped.
You were time stopped. You didn't know and then all of a sudden they were on the other side of the room and
And Brenna's like, don't ask questions. You're like, okay, weird.
Yep.
I'll ask later.
But I think that's a perfect time for us to pick up, because by this point now, you have recovered pretty much everything that you can out of Banard. You've got the books, you have what physical items that you could carry that are worth anything. And you weren't killed by a grave hag. And certain people didn't make any agreements, conversations, deals.
And I have a book on sex magic, which I've kept hidden. I found it.
Yes, you did.
Also some other random books, just so that it's not so obvious that it was Kadarn looting things. I feel like,
Well, you took the book on sex magic. It just spells Kadarn all over
suppose
it.
that's true. Dang it.
Three-time orgy winner. Yeah.
they're like, I took the book on orgies, like, it was Kadarn. Kieran came
No.
through and just took all the books. Oh,
No. See, I think that's where we're going to pick up, because you now have everything. Kadarn has experienced his feeling as,
Yeah, Brenna gave him some time to have his feeling.
yes.
I don't even know about, because I was time
Yeah.
stopped.
But now you've just watched Kadarn pummel a mirror with a rebar.
And Brenna told you to hang back. He's having a feeling. As if she's like so in tune to feelings, but it's yeah. She's like, don't worry, he's having a feeling. It's okay.
But I think that leads us to a very important point. Yanto, my good sir, I need you to make me a perception check for me. Or awareness. Sorry. Awareness.
Okay.
Misspoke. Not practice paranoia.
Okay.
Awareness.
Okay. Um, Whenever somebody says make a practice paranoia roll, it's not good. That's all.
I'm not asking, but I'm not asking for a practice
I
paranoia.
know,
I'm asking
which
for
makes me feel
awareness.
better. At 29.
29. You have you definitely can see the massive amounts of destruction that Cadarn has done. You were disconcerted probably briefly by their what to your eye was basically teleportation.
Yeah.
But there's also a silence around this space. You had heard outside the various necrophages that were being drawn to this place, and you cannot hear them anymore.
Do I hear, for example, birds? Or, like, do I hear any sounds? Like, do I hear sounds, for example, if I move my foot on the ground, do I hear that?
No, you do. You just don't hear anything anything that was outside. Like, you don't hear any of the necrophages anymore, and you have a basic understanding. I mean, you lived in the woods, in the countryside.
Yeah.
Kagan is a small town in the country, so you have a basic
And
understanding.
I traveled from
Yeah.
up north, right, all the way down, like on the road. Yeah.
So you have a basic understanding that like necrophages will chase off small game and birds, and it might take a little while for them to return after the necrophages go away. So not hearing birds isn't necessarily entirely disconcerting. It wouldn't be expected. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I suppose the question would be like, do I hear, for example, wind out? Like the question Yanto was wondering is like, hey, are we in some kind of weird, not like, is some kind of have we been magicked in some way, or is it just that the necrophages are gone? You know what I mean? Like it's the question of
from your perspective, it just seems like the necrophages are gone.
Yeah.
There is nothing for you to be concerned about.
Okay. Because there's like a difference between like, oh, there are no necrophages because they're gone, and like we might be in a pocket dimension in somebody's pocket. That would be bad. Like, those are just things to, also thank you for all those blessings. And so like within like a moment, like from one moment to the next, all of a sudden they just, because for me, it's like necrophage, weird teleportation, beating up of a mirror, and no necrophages.
Yeah, because now you definitely hear Cadarn pummeling a standing floor length, full-size mirror.
A trapped mirror, which I would note that it had been trapped in some way.
There was something that somebody was spying on you through it, but it's not there anymore because the mirror is broken. From your perspective, you did watch them break the mirror the first time.
Well, try to, right? They did like a shooting of the lightning on it, and then all of a sudden we're in different spaces.
Yes, but you saw them first time they went to different spaces.
Yes. And
then you saw Brenna shatter the mirror after a couple times. And then you saw things change.
Yeah.
Instantaneously in a strange place. And Cadarn beating the crap out of everything.
Brenna, do you listen? I don't hear the necrophages, do you?
Not at the moment.
No, but not at all. Listen.
There are strange things afoot, and I imagine we will be leaving soon.
There are strange things afoot. Do you notice Cadarn's right now he's
having a feeling.
Oh, is that what it is?
He's having a feeling.
What's the feeling?
I figured it might be rude to ask, but he's having a feeling, so he's getting it out of his system.
All right. You do know that
I
violence
understand how that is sometimes.
But you know that violence ain't a feeling, right? Just checking. Sometimes you sort of got a bit of a confusion.
Definitely, and it looks confused a bit. Well, violence can be a feeling, but also it can help you feel better about other feelings.
Yeah, but violence is an action.
Very flexible.
Violence. No, it's not a feeling. It's an action, right? You do violence because you got a feeling, right? Violence
But-
ain't a feeling; it's the outcome.
But what about when you want to do violence?
Well, that's like desire, or maybe murderousness might be a feeling,
All
or
right.
or anxiousness, or anger, or there's probably like a root feeling, and then you do the violence. So
Maybe.
just double checking on you that you don't think that the is
But
feeling ain't.
I've heard people say that they are feeling violent, though.
Well, you're feeling like they want to do violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit different. Like it's like a desire. It's like you're feeling like you want to hit something, but that is he all right?
I'm sure once he gets his feeling out, he'll feel much better.
All right, it's all right. Okay.
Like sometimes when you feel sad, so you go do violence.
Yeah, some people do that if they're sad, they're violent. Yeah. But see again,
Or if you
right?
get angry and they do violence, or you feel happy and you do violence. I'm not sure what feeling he's feeling, but he's feeling a feeling, and the violence is the answer.
Yeah. I don't know a lot of people who are when he's happy they do violence, but
No?
well, no, actually, I did know
You've not
this
met
fella.
many bitches.
No, there was this fella. He was not me gang or anything like that. But when he was feeling particularly happy, he would go and like stab people. But he was not good to hang around. You know what I mean? Because he was.
But not if he was in
Volatile.
a good mood.
He often felt like violence, no matter what kind of mood he was in. He was like, "Oh, I'm feeling good,"
Mhm.
and he'd go and stab somebody. I was feeling bad. I'm going to stab somebody, and I'm
Mhm.
no matter what. And like, he's not a good person to, like play cards with or do business with.
I suppose.
Because he just try to stab people just randomly, you know what I mean? He's not the kind of person you'd want on your team because you're
He
like,
didn't
oh,
have like people who he decided he didn't want to commit violence against as much because he enjoys the company.
no, not much. No, he was basically people he wouldn't do violence against because there was other people who was his boss who was like way more scary and dangerous. So he just didn't do it against them just because, he weren't allowed. But otherwise, he's sort of
Sounded
person
like he didn't have many friends.
no, not at all.
He probably wouldn't commit violence against his friends. Real deadly violence.
You ever been to like a tea party with someone? You're like, oh, would you like to have some tea? And then he stabs you. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. It's that sort of person,
Mm-hmm.
Well, you haven't been in
She looks like she understands completely.
As in you've been to a tea party like that? Or
No, I understand.
you understand being at a tea party where somebody randomly just stabs somebody for no reason, or you understand what it's like to randomly stab people for no reason?
Maybe a little of both. School was very
Danny-
interesting.
Dan, you all right? You
Um,
shouldn't stab people for no reason, by the way.
I think it would be at this point that Kadern's done breaking the mirror. And you would just hear yeah, a bit better now.
I got a bag of books if you want it.
Good. We're gonna need to take all of them away.
All the books.
We're not done searching.
All right.
Be done soon, yes?
Let me take a look at the map.
I'm just checking in. Oh no, not supposed to ask questions. All right, it's fine. Won't ask questions. Do you want like a? Oi, do you want me to like steal some things that might? I could steal other things too, like there's like a candelabra, candlestick. That one looks like it might be expensive. Like, I'm just want to know like what sort of what you want this to look like when somebody comes in after us.
It can look like whatever they want. I just want to make sure that certain things don't fall into the wrong hands.
All right, yeah. So think about this for a moment. Pretty soon somebody's gonna come in after us, right? Yeah, and they're gonna look around and see what happened, yeah? And they're gonna be like, oh, some stuff was taken. And what they're gonna do if there's like, those sorts of people, and you're like, I wonder who took it. And if like it's real obvious that who took it was like you, then they're going to come and find you and take the stuff back. Yeah.
We're not
So-
even the first people. I mean, there was that hag.
Yeah, but she's here. She didn't look. Point being, I can make it look like some other kind of crime if you want, if it would be helpful. So people don't just come walk right up to your face and be like, "Oi, we noticed you took all the stuff and you put down Kadan was here," metaphorically, you know.
Perhaps implicates what's his face? You know.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Are you all right? You're just kind of standing there a bit. You want to put that? Do you want me to just? I'm just gonna take this from you. Yeah. I'm gonna just take the Uber rebar from his hands, just because it looks a little bit. You know, just gonna take that from you. It's all right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna. What can you tell me about your friend? You know, the BM. You know, calling cards or something like that. Something like, you know.
There was oh boy, Simon needs to remember.
I know
There
it's-
was something in his room. Because I found a secret compartment.
Yeah, and
Big
the
with letters.
and also the
All the letters.
vestments.
Why
Oh, and the
heck?
vestments. That's right.
Sorry, my sheet is acting up and I couldn't scroll down. Yeah, the Banard Charter, the seal on a chain. And oh shit, what were the vestments?
Of what's his face, Vopatus.
Oh yeah. The because he pretended to be Baldwin.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I remember I think I only showed Brenna. So I would flash them to Yonto as well.
What's this?
You kept talking about a bearded man, priest of Veopatis.
Yeah. Baldwin.
This was he was wearing?
Same thing, or I imagine same type, but is it the same thing? Because I remember way back in the episode 1 or 2, I actually did some
Investigating.
investigating of
And
his clothing.
I actually
You
was
both
like,
did.
yeah, he's a priest of Veopatis.
Yeah,
Like,
we both like checked out his threads quite in a detailed way. The beginning of our rivalry, our sibling rivalry, as it were.
it was the beginning of our sibling rivalry.
Yeah, I mean,
was
there's
about
nothing.
fashion.
There's nothing that you noticed at the time that would make them extremely unique, like a burn mark or
Yeah.
different type of embroidery.
But they're not different colors. They're not different. Yeah, okay.
No, they look like vestments of a priest of Veopatis. They match. You know the general recollection you have of
Mhm.
what Baldwin was
Mhm.
wearing that
Yeah.
when you interacted
Yep.
with him.
Just so interesting that they'd be under what's his face's bed. Yeah, that's all.
They also, for Brenna's, because you're looking at them, Brenna would notice that they don't seem to have any blood stains.
Oh, I did stab him.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
puncture wounds, little rips or tears.
But he could probably magic dry cleaning them or something.
What around the sepsis area? Like, was there a little like
Yeah,
sepsis
right.
hole?
There's signs of sepsis.
No,
Yeah, it's probably a spare pair, perhaps.
Ooh,
but there's
alright.
but you also remember that there was a lot of indications that Alzor hadn't been staying here.
Old pair. Got new threads.
What happened to the dagger? Is it here?
I didn't
no.
find
No.
any dagger.
Yeah, we didn't see that and the place because we did search the room where you left it. So no, that's not here. I assume the wild thornberries took it.
Right. So Pizina comes in his
She has
investigate.
a look on her face if that was a beautiful dagger. But that's all.
Like Yalto's kind of like kicking about a little bit, like kind of like looking through the area. What he's looking for is like he's kind of doing an investigation. What he's looking for is how to frame someone just in case. Like this is what he's pondering. So he's like looking at what Kadarn has given. Does Kadarn show the letters?
Oh, we could take those though. They're gonna
Um,
be like read later.
Yeah, we haven't read any of them yet. I just stuffed them in my satchel.
No, you have, because you know that there's like clearly an inappropriate relationship going on between
But we
his
didn't
apprentice and
read
himself.
all of them. We just read some of them, and we want to read them thoroughly in case there's code.
But do you show the letters to him?
Yeah, because you haven't seen them.
Yeah.
I think it would be like I'd be shoving the vestments at you, and then also the letters
Oh, all right.
as I'm frantically just going. Kadarin would actually try to go to toward this like private library here. I think if anything, that would be the last part of the school that he would like to make sure that he's gotten stuff out of.
All right. Can I do that human perception on those letters?
Mm-hmm. As you can.
Oh, thank you. At 23.
Most of them, I mean, the letters that are there are from the apprentice. There definitely seems to be an intimate relationship with the apprentice. And you do, what's his name? Creepy dude. I did. No, I did. Yeah, Idarin. Idarin of Ulivo. He, you can definitely get the sense even from the letters that he's a slightly obsessive personality. He's very creepy. Just one of those people that you look at and you go, nah, man, I'm gonna walk on the other side of the street from you.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
It's like, ooh, I'm gonna go in the opposite direction now.
Right. This fellow Idarin, do you know him?
That was his apprentice.
What can you tell me about him? Like, where is he right now? Do you know?
Right now, Simon kind of knows, but I don't know if Kadarin would know.
How much does Kadarin keep in track? You know, Kadarin was in Mahakam, and like, was he?
Yeah,
keeping
no,
track
I
of
think
what Idarin was doing beyond.
I
the
don't think
general
so.
Had joined Alzor and making Witchers thing.
Yeah, no, I think he would know what Idarin sort of did on like an approximation. But yeah, I don't know where he is. Idarin's sort of a mini BM, if you will.
Right. Was he here in Bernard?
Yes, he was the apprentice.
No, but the BM not isn't here right now. So it's like, is this fella, was he here when this happened, or was he not here?
I have no idea.
All right. Yeah. Well, give me a second. I'm gonna go and look for. I'm gonna look for like writing materials. You know, I want to be able to like.
You want to see if you can find anything that shows that Idarin was here?
More like I want to be able to forge some letters from Idarin, and I want to just kind of make sure that I just want to know if Idarin is dead already, or if he's like, I'm gonna frame him a little bit.
No idea. Yeah.
I just want to know.
Go ahead and roll me a deduction at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you a small penalty on this. -2, and there is a reason, and I will explain it after the roll.
Because basically what Yanto, because Yanto's like, oh, this guy's obsessive about Alzor. We have like an attack that was sort of aimed at Alzor, perhaps. So if I can just maybe write a couple letters that make Idarin seem like he's just kind of amp up the little obsession a little bit, just a little.
Yeah, that small problem with that, but we'll go with it. You'll make the roll and I'll explain.
9.
Yeah. Okay. So you will get one thing out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Idarin likes big monsters and he cannot lie.
Oh, I heard that. And other mages can't deny.
So you will find looking for papers and things, his master's treatise. You know, it's one of those classic, like, in, you know, like you get set in university, everybody who's has their independent study program gets theirs bound in a book and then like stuck in the school library. Yeah, mine's in my school library too. Ha ha ha. Hey Trooper, you could go read it. In the actual physical library where it's located.
Now,
But you can pull it out. So this is where I can make a reference, yo. For those of you who have played Dragon Age Inquisition, and you've gotten to, you know, the Fade, and there's a moment where you meet the Nightmare Monster, and you go, what the fuck is that thing that's supposed to be a spider, and oh my fucking god, get away from me.
Yep.
Yeah, Adarin makes one of those.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
They're pets.
Cool. Yeah. I get this since we're going to take these letters with us, which means what I want to do is like forge copies of a couple of the letters that sort of just show his obsessive relationship to the BM. And, you know, because they're already written, just make a couple copies, right? And maybe like add another one that I just kind of want to like turn up the sense of obsession with the BM.
So I need 2 forgery rolls. The first is a flat roll, and that's just the roll to mimic his writing style. To copy the letters you already have. And
15.
Easily done, very fine. The second one is at a -2 because now you're trying to mimic his general writing tone and voice, but also make it seem like he's crazier than he is without giving an indication that somebody else wrote this for him.
Yeah. Just a little, you know, if I can't even know us, no one else will, but without actually saying that exactly. A little, you know, I've seen some soap operas. 16.
Yeah. Both of those work. And that leads me to a wonderful moment. We're going to pan the camera back as we watch, you know, Brenna and Kadern still searching through this last library for a couple things, and Yanto at the table trying to write these letters. We're gonna go and see our friend Ardso.
Is it bad to frame this guy? Probably not. It's fine. Just it's not even a full frame. It's just like wow, I'm a little suspicious because he's a mage. He steals books. It seems like
we'll see what happens. But Ardso, my friend.
Yes.
You have plans for in the morning to meet Lohengrin at the gates of the city. Go into the country. Into the woods.
into the woods.
What are you doing? After you know, finalize this agreement.
I guess there's nothing left to do but prepare. So he'll go back to the hiding, the Yanto's secured location with the expert laboratory, and kind of prepare for all situations, like concoct additional healing salves, emergency, like impactful painkillers, poisons, things that are quick to ignite and start fires, like a tool belt of potions that he could carry on his person in the event, trying to use a lot of foresight in the event that shit hits the fan. Will I be able to escape with my hired friend, or will we perish? You know, let's think about that a little bit. What are we going to need? And then try to make that with the ingredients available.
Well, you have a fully stocked alchemy lab in the secret hideout, in the basement of the secret hideout, where all good alchemy labs go.
I would also hope a good wine cellar in there as well. That's, I'm
Just
just saying.
separate, but we keep them on opposite ends of the cellar because you don't want the wine to be contaminated by the fumes from the alchemy lab.
It's fair.
Half of understanding and appreciating a good palate is the nose.
And you got to follow it, as Toucan Sam once said.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my next objective with this fully stocked lab, is to make
So I need 3 alchemy rolls. 1 for healing, 1 for poisons, 1 for things that can go boom. And how well you succeed will determine how much of each you get.
first alchemy is good.
Healing. Good.
Also good. for
Poison,
this.
very good. Both of these are very good.
Ooh, explosion. This is a little bit better by a hair.
By a hair. Very interesting. Very apropos. That things that go boom just are slightly more better. You're a little bit more careful as you're distilling the. But this will take you a while to do. I mean, timeline. Not just, because, well, you yourself are very efficient and speedy in the decoction and blending of alchemical components. You also are a professional and a scientist, and you understand that you have to clean your equipment in between each of these things, and so that takes time as
Thoroughly.
well. You don't
Thoroughly.
Do not leave the chemistry lab without cleaning your equipment, people.
So I imagine that takes a good portion of the evening.
Mm-hmm. Can I get an awareness roll from you?
Yes. 18.
The house is very quiet.
There's not a lot of people in it, is there?
Well, there have been a couple servants. Oh, and Yanto's dad.
So, based on the people that are present, quieter than normal?
Well, none of the the servant came by to see you at some point to bring you dinner.
Mm-hmm.
But you haven't. You can kind of hear a couple quiet movements, but not a lot of talking going on. You can kind of hear some sounds from out in the street. It is Eau Claire, and even though you are in a slightly better neighborhood, as in like the middle class, nouveau riche area of town,
Mm-hmm.
you can hear like some horses and people moving. It's quiet. House itself is still.
Well, sounds like a perfect time to go to sleep.
Arzo will retire. Where do you go to sleep, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
Not where he's supposed to.
So not any of the guest rooms that were appointed for you?
Right. He'll sneak into. So wait, in the guest rooms, I'm assuming
There
there's.
are a total of 3 guest rooms and the master bedroom. One of the guest rooms has been taken. It is a sick room. You turned it into a sick room for Yanto's father, Erwin.
And he's doing okay.
Mm-hmm. He's asleep.
I'll go into the closet of the master bedroom and just kind of take pillows off of the bed and pull the door shut and sleep in the darkness.
Yanto, very important question. Do you have a closet or a wardrobe?
Well, I suppose this would depend on because this space was gifted to me, right, by one of my friends.
Yes, she
I
left it to you to get it to prevent her children from ever inheriting it because she thought that they were too stupid when they didn't recognize the fact that you weren't actually sleeping with her.
Which I found hilarious. I suppose it would depend. I mean, in most of these buildings, these times have wardrobes rather than closets. Yes.
But there are also houses that might have built-in like storage rooms.
If they had a lot of money, they might have closets because
but
a
it's
lot
like
of times, yeah.
But a closet becomes more like a dressing room than what we consider a closet.
Yeah, I imagine if there are closets, they probably would be in like the master bedrooms, like the main bedrooms,
Okay.
and the other ones would have wardrobes, I imagine.
So the master bedroom, Arzo, does indeed have a small dressing room. They're complete with a like small step up platform, circular, and like three-way mirror where the lady of the house would dress and then regale herself. You know. But yes, you can pull in a bunch of pillows and blankets and sleep in there if you wish.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm gonna do because that feels comfortable. Like, I want to be the most rested I can be for this type of adventure.
And you will relax and go to sleep. Which leads us to our three friends in Banard. The air has gotten colder. The sun has disappeared from the horizon.
Like how much colder?
No,
Oh,
not
normal because the
no.
sun's setting. Whew!
Sun setting. Sunset in the mountains without heat on.
Father Brenna.
You find
think-
a few more. You'll find like 5 more books that seem interesting, but for the most part, you don't find anything else of real note or value.
I want to see if there's anything. If we're here in this person's place, you know, the BM. Presumably, like I don't care about like magic books, whatever. I don't care about that. But presumably, if he's smart, he wouldn't have incriminating evidence about. But I just want to look to see if there's any evidence that might tie, because he seemed to be all up in all of our business in various ways that I find distressing, including perhaps my old mentor, a bunch of people, you know. So I just kind of want to give a look, see in this fellow's place to see if I can find, I don't care about magic books, but just like evidence of.
You can roll me an awareness, and I'll tell
It's
you.
interest in us,
I will
right?
tell you based on what Kadarin and Brenna have already shown you. The implication is that he hasn't been staying here.
Yeah.
And while there are some pieces that kind of tie like an implication that there might be a long-term plan, they're very obviously nothing that he was concerned about being seen, and nothing that would be. Nothing that they found seemed to be, how to phrase this, wow, sorry, total multilingual problem. Could not think in English for a moment.
Yeah, that has happened to me before. And you're like, nope, that's not the word in English. Nope, not that one either.
Yeah. But it's, you get, the implication is that he hadn't been staying here. What he left was just enough that if anybody looked in, they could be like, oh, okay,
He's
whatever.
still here.
But none of his nothing recent is here, and well, portions of a theory that you know might eventually have become things that will be tied to what you are sure is part of this evil plot. Hashtag trademarked.
I think what Yanto would be looking for, because as far as he knows, this has been going on for quite some decades. So including when he was actually living here, perhaps. He doesn't know how long these things have been going on. So he's going to be looking for not things like smoking guns and letters, that sort of a thing, but more like pocket change, right? Those kind of little things that might indicate where he's been. Like, has he traveled to Redania? Like these kind of little things, just like I know the places from the stories that from my stories and from Brenna's stories and from Kadarn's stories and what I know about also about Javik, and what I know about Ardzo. I know places they've been, and I've noted the people who've been seem to be accomplices, and I know there's some kind of a web, and I don't know the details. I'm like, okay, he would take all the obvious things away, but there are all those little things that can give you away that people may not pay attention to, right? Like a cologne you might have only gotten to at this place, or like pocket change, pieces of coins from this place or that place. So like Yanto is that kind of like what you called I forgot what you call it in the spy game, but it's basically the kind of the things that you have in your pockets, right? That you don't really pay that much attention to, that can give away like where you've traveled and that kind of thing. So he's going to look for those kinds of not valuable things, but those kind of cast off things.
Mhm.
Yeah. Awareness.
Yes, awareness.
Okay.
And
A 6. I do not find it.
well, you will definitely notice you don't find anything like that, and it seems cleaned and not sterile, but cleaned. If that makes a difference in understanding.
Yeah.
Brenna and Kadarn, what are you two doing while things are happening?
Brenna is leading the way for Kadarn, whatever direction he wants her to go, to make sure there's nothing hiding under the bed, lurking in the corners. That's fine. And I think after they clear a room or two, she'll turn to him and be like, "You feeling better?"
We can say that. I mean, I guess I'll be feeling better when I unconsciously realize that I've put all of this behind me. But it's rather difficult when you think that time could stop at any moment again, and we could be stuck here talking to a ghostly voice.
Sure.
I'm
Call it
just
that. She's like, demons. Just in the back of her mind.
I'm just very tired.
Yeah, then let's just hurry up here, and then you can go get some sleep after we get back.
Yes.
And then she does like a pat, and then turns around and immediately goes back to sweeping rooms. Somewhere in Brenna's tiny journal that she carries with her, there's like the "What would Alienor do?" and there's a page on like when someone's upset, and like she's like mentally checking off like one of the last things, which is check back in sometime later, but not a long time later. And she's like, check.
Yes, what would Alienor?
Yes.
Very important, interesting question for the two of you. Would Alienor do? Hey, Kadarn, could you roll me an awareness, please? Also, Brenna, could you roll me an awareness?
I would love to roll an awareness.
Yanto,
Talking
you're not anywhere near
regular awareness.
them.
19.
You know what? I'm gonna put 1 point of luck in there. Bye-bye. 24.
So, Brenna, from your perspective, your medallion had stopped vibrating for
Yep.
a period of time.
It was weird. She assumes it's demon magic.
Well, but when you came back into
And that maybe
phase-
the demons had scared off the
The
nearby
macrophages.
critters.
So-
Yeah.
So there was things that your medallion had been calm for a period of time. It has
Yes.
started vibrating again. Kadarn.
Hmm.
As you look around this space, you notice Brenna's medallion is, you can visibly see it,
Yeah. She'll
Vibrating.
just say, monsters so magic is near.
but there's something else. Scent. Hint. Rose. Suckle. Just barely space.
It's there. Okay, which room are we in right now? Just to
Probably this last library you wanted to check out.
Yep, in the last library that you wanted to check.
okay, so we
Yep.
smell it once we're in that library.
Yep.
Would I know which like who used to either use this wing or live in this wing?
I'm gonna try to look through my notes to see if I wrote
Um,
down who Honeysuckle felt like.
Feel free to. Roll me deduction, Kadarin. That's
yes.
to see if you can recall
21.
you've had. 21. Well, with a 21, I would say you remember that mostly this small library was used as kind of like a restricted section, but not really. You know, a more targeted collection for ritual magic. And you don't recall anyone in particular living here, or at least not one that would consistently. And definitely not anyone that you would tie to the sense of honeysuckle and rose.
Honeysuckle and Rhodes?
Yeah.
Like a ROAD?
No, ROSE.
Oh, Rose. Sorry, I kept hearing a D in there. I don't know why.
No,
Um,
not
You
a
just
pathway where you
looking
have a
for the
car.
D in all the wrong places. It's fine.
Maybe you're just hearing what you want, a penis.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Sorry, but I'm not
Ugh.
sorry.
I can't. I'm not gonna top that one. So I'm gonna sign off. That's my joke.
It's the face you made
Yes.
while you said it
You
and
had great
after that
delivery.
deadpan express. Yep.
Yeah.
Is there a could there be a ritual? Or rose and honeysuckle.
I know we've
The
smelled
ca-
it before.
Yeah, but the thing with the candles wasn't exactly that scent.
It wasn't the candles, I don't think.
Well, not the ones that Darren has been exposed to.
Yeah, because
Back
mine.
further in notes.
Yeah, because mine had to.
Uh,
Oh yeah, now that I can scroll down properly, I found all the notes I had on like what I found in Alzer's room.
mm-hmm.
Because I have the ritual for the ritual candle,
To hide.
but we never went. Yeah, you gave me the diagram for it, but like we never went out of game through the list of like what the components were supposed to be. So I don't have it on my sheet, but I take it if I have the diagram, Kadarin knows what the ingredients are.
Yeah,
Is it this?
No,
Ritual. Okay.
the rose scent in those candles. Those candles did have a rose scent, but
But not the honeysuckle.
they didn't have honeysuckle. Honeysuckle is for something else.
Was it the ink? It was the ink. From the letter.
Yeah. That's right. It says the sealed letter, bright red lipstick on the seal, smells of rose and honeysuckle. And this is episode 5, I think, of season 1. The baddies all have a mark, a snowdrop entwined in the vines with thorns on their left hand. And there's that sealed letter that was the one that was written by Peaches or Cream in a fake. This was yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's in your.
I think Yancho has it. If it's the peaches or cream letter.
I think that you took it back from him, actually. This is the one that
Okay.
was addressed to Oswin Cleaver.
Well,
Yeah, you
Unless
took it,
Brenna's noticed the scent.
you took
Yeah,
it back because you wanted to do as part of your investigation.
Yeah, that's right.
that's right.
But yes,
It was written by Cream, but Peach's lipstick, or at least it said it was written by Cream, but it was Peach's
Mhm.
lipstick.
Do I notice the scent as well, or does
you do
Kadarn
not
say
notice
anything
the
about
scent. You have not noticed the scent.
it? Okay, so until Kadarn says something, I'll just be like,
Yep. You are not there, Aaron.
No.
I have good notes sometimes.
Yeah, I do too. I was like, I know the jet, like the honeysuckle and rose is somewhere in there. I just had to find the right page.
It's okay.
And that letter, can I see it?
Well, you haven't mentioned. I mean, if you mentioned that it smells of honey.
I thought
rose,
you also
No, she
smelled
didn't
it.
make.
She
Brenna.
didn't make. I didn't make the check.
Okay, yes. Then yeah, Kadarn would
Yeah, she just said that there's monsters and
like-
magic about.
you would see him look around, but also like smell the air, like sniff.
As if
And
I'm missing something, or if he's checking for BO. I'm not sure. I give a sniff as well.
With a second smell, you can make the awareness check again, and I'll give you a +1 because you are aware that there's something wrong.
Yeah. Awareness. Boop. There we go.
Yes.
Smell it now.
Now you do. Now you smell that hint. Just the barest hint of honeysuckle and rose, like someone had a scented candle in this room.
Mhm.
8 to 10
Or
hours
maybe,
ago.
or someone had sprayed perfume in here earlier or something. Or yeah. Just be like, oh, this is a familiar scent. And she'll reach in her bags, which seems weird. She'll pull out a letter. This letter has this honeysuckle rose scent.
it's the same smell.
Mhm.
What's the content of that letter?
Oh, I saw a finger go up from Trooper. Mm.
It was a letter in code, right? Written in Nordling.
Yes.
With
Oh,
a
I
mild
figured out the
enchantment
code. Yes. Mm-hmm.
addressed to Oswin Cleaver. And it was something along the lines of what was said, right? Was, oh, she's met this guy, Matina, a friend of your friends, a very good friend of a very good friend, and a man of rank and nobility with love and appreciation cream. So there's like this sort of, the outer part was mostly, hey, a little bit innocuous, a little bit flirty, but then there was like an underlying code part,
Code.
which Brenna could explain.
Yeah, Brent. The code was basically like, yeah, this bitch sus as hell. What else? How else to describe this letter? There was
Basically,
code.
we're gonna do a
Basically,
deal, right?
yeah, like a deal was gonna go down. And she'll explain that it was it's someone from the wedding. And her husband's good friend, Oswin, was who it was written to, but the letter was not from him. So
Basically, Oswin wanted somebody to go and investigate what's going on with the wife, the wife
Filiberta.
with Filiberta.
Mhm.
And this was about like Cream's brother, I think it was. Right. So basically there's a connection here where they're wanting Cream to come in to investigate to find out what's going on with Filiberta. And this letter is about sort of confirming that
Mhm.
was going to happen, but in code.
Mm. I mean, no, I don't think that person would have been here.
Unless they're secretly a mage.
And still to have the smell. I mean,
It
some
did have a
people
mild
do bathe in
enchantment on it.
perfume.
Though I will note that the letter did have a mild enchantment, although I don't think we ever figured out what that enchantment was. We just knew that
No.
there was one on it.
I think it
Because
was
you never
partially
showed it to a
enchanted.
mage.
Yeah, well, we
Here,
didn't have
Dan-
one at the time.
Well, we did not have one at the time, and Javik was not a question at the moment. So maybe you can find out what it is about. Hands you the letter. Mildly enchanted.
It's enchanted?
I think so.
I will inspect it closely.
Roll that magical.
Which means I'm gonna, yeah. 20.
There is a slight enchantment. You can see the conversation in code that's on the paper. And you realize that was put. That letter in code on top of it, or the code that's there, is on top of some other writing underneath, and the enchantment is hiding what's underneath.
Hmm. Can I It could be dispellable without destroying the envelope. Do I know that with what I rolled?
With a 20, you would know that it would be possible to dispel the enchantment without destroying the letter.
Letter
Yes.
contents.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might lose the message on top.
Yeah,
Good
we
to
will
know
need
that.
to write. I can do something with it, but we need to make a copy of what you can read at the moment.
All right.
Also, I need to sleep first, just in
Sleep
case.
first. All right, then we will
So-
do it when we get back.
Or no, you.
You need to
How-
perhaps sit down and rest for a few minutes.
At a glance, how many books are there in here?
Not as many as you remember there being.
Interesting.
At a glance, maybe a couple shelves total.
Could.
15 to 20.
I'll grab them all
Mm-hmm.
because worst case, I can teleport back here. If we missed something.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, Brenna, that whoever enchanted that letter either was here moments ago, or there is something in this room that maybe used the same enchantment to hide something.
Can I pinpoint where that scent is coming from, or is it just wafting through the air?
It really, it's kind of really is just wafting through the air. It's very much that
Okay.
scent of like somebody. Oh, funny story. Christmas in my house always used to have this moment where we'd get the packages in the mail from the relatives that lived too far away to come for Christmas. And when I was little, I would pick up this box and it would be wrapped, and I would know without even getting to the card inside who it was from, because it smelled like my great aunt who wore Chanel No. 5 her entire life, and not in a way that was just like she sprayed the box or anything. It was just
No.
it permeated everything.
Yep.
But she was also the only person I ever knew who had a gold-plated cigarette holder and a cigarette case, and wore Chanel No. 5 her entire life.
But this person could also be. Oh wait, that was written by. Do I have the name on that letter? Because I don't want to assume that I.
Yeah. But you see the letter. You saw the letter.
Okay, but it's been signed.
Yeah, by Renaud.
Okay. This Renaud person. Do they always wear perfume? That specific perfume, rose and.
I met them, so I'd say no. Right?
Well, Renaud is Cream's brother, and is,
Oh, yeah, he was at the wedding, wasn't he?
and they were doing a deal.
Yeah,
There was
but-
a. But yeah,
I
but
met
you
all
don't
the wedding
remember-
guests.
You don't.
I don't remember any of the
them-
wedding guests smelling like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this letter isn't from Renault, it's from Cream. To
And I
Oswin.
met Cream too
Yeah.
as well. So
And she definitely did
doesn't-
not smell like rose
because
and
you
honey.
don't want to wear perfume when you work at a brothel. Yeah. So she was like, no, not at all. It's not their style.
Okay. Then perhaps magic.
Mhm. Are we ready to go?
Aldi, one moment before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
Um, can I? How? Okay, is this room less than 30 feet radius?
60
From where
foot
you're
diameter.
standing? Yes.
Okay, we really are. Okay, this is to scale. Okay, good.
Yes, the maps are all to scale.
Brenna, could you go far away?
How far?
Go back to Yonto.
Alright. He knows. A little further than Yanto.
What?
I cast
And I think
Melgar's
I'm just
fire.
like,
No,
and I'm just like, forging some letters and like looking for some pocket lint. I'm like having a fairly mellow time, making just trying to frame some people to make it less obvious that it was us, just in case. Just in case.
Looks
I
like
don't
they're
even know what they're
leaving
doing over
soon.
there. What?
Walk past. They're leaving soon, probably.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Anything good?
Maybe a clue.
Oh, nice. For what?
Come over here, I'll
Boom!
show you. Yeah.
Wait, wait.
And then what are you doing, Kadarin? What are you
So-
casting?
well, Kader knows that to dispel magic doesn't necessarily require you to see the exact spell.
Correct.
It's a magical effect within
Yes, within
10 meters. So what I would like to do is thinking there might be a spell in this room. I would like to dispel all magic in the room.
please roll me that dispel.
I'm gonna put.
By
A
the way,
point of luck.
chat has kindly gifted you 6 points of luck.
Oh, I'm gonna take 2 of my own luck, and I'm gonna leave the 6 there for later.
Just
because-
take one more. Just take one from the group.
Yeah. I was
Okay,
gonna say
I'll take 1 from the group.
Mhm.
I'll take 1 from the
I was
blessings.
gonna say 2. Like we can just yeah.
And like, I think
Okay.
this is the moment when where Yanto's like putting the letters back in a place where they'll look like they're hidden, but will still be incriminating when found. Like hidden, but findable. He's just like, oh, let me.
I rolled a 25. It's almost the best I could do.
I have a very important question. Hey,
Yes.
Kadarin,
Yes.
what happens when I tell you that you're going to have to spend 15 stamina?
15 stamina, then that brings me to nothing. And that brings me to give me 2 seconds. It's a focus 2. Oh, but that doesn't matter. No, it would. No, because I just don't have that stamina. All right.
Well,
So
if you cast through the staff, it's going to lower the stamina cost no matter what.
Yeah.
So
oh, okay. So that would lower it by 2. So that would be 13.
Mhm.
13 minus 8. That's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I lose 25 hit points and I'm almost dying.
Wait,
Ah!
Wait, 25 hit points?
Yeah, because it's
Yes.
1 point of stamina is worth 5 HP.
do you
Wham!
make any? So are you
I'm
conscious?
not dead. Oh yeah, I'm still up.
Yeah. So like, I'm just like hiding the letters back. Like, I think everything is fine.
Without the
waiting
staff,
for-
I would have fallen on like I would have been dead actually.
Do you have any stamina left?
Uh-uh.
Then you will fall unconscious. Remember?
Poop.
0 stamina, you fall unconscious. Well,
I
you
wait
pass
for
out.
a surge in my medallion because I'm expecting him to do a spell, so I'm expecting like a whoop,
You
and
get-
then I go back to check on him.
you will
Bye
definitely
bye.
get that. And
All right, and I count to 10, and then I go check on him.
I know. Watch her go back. Like, all right.
so when you walk
Ow.
back in this room, small library, the books and the books have been taken. They're all gone already.
Mm-hmm. Imagine they're in like a pillowcase on the floor next to Kadarin.
The floor that looked like tile, like every other floor in this building, is
Oh.
gone. And look, you now have polished obsidian shine. You see Kadarn, currently unconscious, collapsed on the middle of this. You also see 2 incense burners at either end of the room.
Are they currently burning incense?
No, but you can definitely smell where it was.
Mm-hmm. Is there any residue from the incense, like the ashes?
Mm-hmm. And your medallion
Mm-hmm.
isn't going off anymore.
She assumes it was probably the incense or something
Well,
in here.
it definitely looks like an illusion had been dispelled or something.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
You also,
Yeah. Yes.
You're also going to notice something else.
What am I gonna notice?
A figure in the wall.
In the wall?
Mhm.
Like alive or just like a picture? Or dead?
Is this like a Han Solo and Carbonite situation? By the way, I
Yeah,
put
like
myself
when
on
you
the map
say a
where
figure
I think
in
I
the
would be.
wall.
So I think I'm in the next room, right where the desk is, because that's where I'm doing my
Yeah,
business.
you're,
Well, no,
you're-
the letters would have been down in this section here
Where?
if you wanted to place them where I'm pinging.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's where those letters were found.
Okay.
So they'd
Thank
probably
you.
be down there.
you see a figure in this in this wall, right under this window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here.
Cool.
Where humanoid looking. Kind of picture Han Solo and Carbonite, but and staring at you.
Oh, like they're stuck in the wall, like can't move, but they're conscious and they're looking at me.
Mm-hmm. Also,
Do
kind
I
of
know anything about this?
Screaming in pain, you know.
That seems great.
Humanoid?
Mm-hmm.
Like human, or like humanoid as in like just 2 legs, 2 arms?
Like humanoid, like elf, dwarf, human, or
Yeah.
like humanoid,
You could give me an awareness roll, and also
I would love to. I'll throw a point of luck into that and everything.
yours or Chat's, because Chat is now
Oh, mine.
with a
19.
19. It looks vaguely elf-like, but emaciated and drained and
Mm-hmm.
almost mummified, but still breathing,
Cool.
sort of.
And can they move at all? Like, are they like, I'm in pain, like wiggling what they can? Or are they just like completely Medusa-esque frozen?
In the time it takes, for you to take a quick look at it, it doesn't seem like there's any movement that they can make beyond perhaps blinking their eyes.
Okay. Okay. I think she goes over, leaves Kadarn on the floor for now. She walks over to the incense burners and is going to get a vial and save some of the ashes, or if there's any unbroken incense, put that in there for research purposes for later. Pocket that. Then she's going to go over to whatever this first person is in the wall. Blink twice if I can help you in any kind of way.
Roll me a persuasion.
Sure. I will give it a go. I'm gonna spend some more luck on this.
Yours or Chat's?
A little of both. How about 1 from chat and 2 from myself? Oop, math. There we go. Okay. Persuasion. I do have points in persuasion, but my empathy is shit. So, oh my gosh, a 17. It's amazing.
With a 17, there's this moment of where you can definitely get the impression that it takes.
And she's like crouched down, like to be next to it, kind of like, like looking it dead in the eyes with her.
It takes a moment for that level of communication to kind of filter through.
And she speaks in elder speech too, if that helps.
That does help. That does indeed help.
It's her native.
And you hear in elder speech, but it's strange. It's accented differently. The stresses are in a different place. The word or the grammar is slightly different. It's either an older dialect than you're used to, or a different, some sort of different dialect, but enough that you can definitely understand. Kill me. Walls fall.
Kill me, the walls fall. It's like, was not expecting actual speech as a response, and so taking a minute to process that as well. Also the fact that it's acknowledging in general. Do you want me to kill you? And when you say the walls fall, in this room or this whole building, I got to get him out of here too. just over the shoulder, thumb points at Kadaern.
It all.
Right, so. Immediately.
Like, they can't answer that.
Yeah, she's like, okay. I'll see what I can do. He's got to wake up first.
I think that would qualify
teleport out of there.
That would qualify as one recovery action, Simon.
Yeah. So
yeah, and I think she goes over not to wake him up first, and I think he maybe comes up as she's like rolling you over to be like, all right, let's get this boy awake.
It actually will take me 3 recovery actions, because when it's by magic, you need 20 stamina and then succeed on a stun save.
Okay, well, she uncrumples you from however it is that you fell.
It's gonna take me a bit.
Whenever you wake up, she's like, all right, well, that'll be a convenient way to cover our tracks. This whole building comes down. Right, so okay, so it's gonna take him a minute, I think. I think she does like the gentle like pat because she's not gonna do this full smooch and slap that happened last time.
Together it worked.
It does work together.
You could smooch him.
Is busy planting evidence right now, so she's gonna.
Yeah, but you could smooch just in case
No,
it happens.
she's gonna try to talk a little bit more with this person on the wall. Who put you here? Mages. Anyone in particular?
They don't seem to be able to answer.
Okay.
Thank
Why?
God she didn't point me.
Magic.
Oof. So this is Bernard's fucked up version of what Aretusa does. Is what I as a player am gathering. Like, oh, just put them in the walls. Sook. There you go. Elf, old human, magic person, whatever. There you go. Sook. That sounds civilized. Bit cruel. Guessing most don't know. I don't know if I can kill you, but I will see what I can do. He's got to wake up first. I kind of like, Imagine she's sitting cross-legged with like Kadarn, like, when are you gonna wake up? When you wake up? Like just gently, like, I don't want to whiplash him because he needs to be able to teleport. But gentle shake. Just a little.
Smooches work.
Not want to do that in front of this poor imprisoned stone person who can't move at all.
Okay, I know I'm unconscious. Can you imagine all the things that person had to see stuck in a wall in Banard?
Awful things and orgies, which could constitute some of the awful things depending on the person. Yeah.
Yeah, let me know, Deirdre, how long it takes for.
No, I mean, given the amount of conversation and given the fact that a recovery action is literally like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you wake up with Brenna like gently, like being like, "Wake up, wake up, please."
I wake up after 3 recovery actions.
Oh, good, you're not dead.
No, I'm not.
You
really
were
need to
crumpled on the
sleep.
floor. You're probably going to have a bruise on your forehead later.
Least of my. Whoa.
Yeah. You dispelled an illusion, I assume.
This isn't the library.
This is the same room I left you in. Yes. There was some freaky incense. I took samples of it, and this lovely person here would very much like to not be imprisoned inside of a wall anymore, being used to provide magic essence. But if we kill them, the walls will come down, so we should probably do that on the way out.
Kaderna stopped paying attention to Brenna and is focusing on the person in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what Kaderna is going to do.
We had
What
a
the
lovely
fuck?
conversation.
Is this some sort of? Yeah, go ahead.
The individual is conscious and in massive amounts of pain, but they're almost like cornerstone for the magic of the room of this building, both in the sense of powering the wards of this building and the channels through which excessive magic can be like a heat sink almost, right, for magic.
Who is it?
An elf of some sort, but they look emaciated, almost mummified, but alive and breathing. You know Imhotep in the when he's
In the beginning of the Mummy?
in the beginning-
Yes.
well, no, in the Mummy when he's drained like 2 out of the 3.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's got the features kind of, but definitely not good.
I think Brenna will be like, well, she's told Kadarn. Whatever it is, she's told him. And then we'll be like, oh, do you have a name? By the way, I'm sorry, I did not ask.
And like this moment kind of pauses again, and it's this long pause of like trying to
She's
filter-
half elf. So she's like, oh man, this is sad.
Yeah, but it's also like picture someone who's been in a wall for like
Yeah.
hundreds of years trying to remember
Yeah.
what their name is, and they just give you
Yeah.
a blank stare like I
I'm sorry.
They can. You.
Oh, we had a
turn to
conversation
Bren-
earlier.
They can speak still.
Wait, in a manner of speaking. Elder speech, though.
Well,
Old elder speech, I'm guessing.
Kadarn will turn to the person in the wall and say, "Hi, me, Kadarn."
Brenna's just like, you don't have to be
You-
patronizing.
I'm not patronizing. I only have 2 points in elder speech.
I know, she doesn't understand that.
And he's also very, very tired.
You can this is a point where it's not patronizing. It literally is someone who has no
It's the
facility or
best.
language of.
It's
It's the best
look,
he can
my
do.
base my base has gone from a base 12 to a base 7. I'm not even
Oh no. Poor-
considered bilingual right now. I'm not even tourist
Poor
level.
Kadarn. Yeah, okay.
He's not good. He doesn't look good.
No.
Horse, goat, oven.
How about you tell me what they're trying to
got-
say and I can
Yeah,
translate for you.
Can't remember half of the words.
I can tell.
I need a drink and I need to sleep.
Yes, you do. You look terrible. Like
Who put-
really bad.
You don't have to pile up on it.
I'm just making sure you know.
You just I feel bad.
What you look at.
You don't have to repeat it. Can you ask them who did that to them?
Pages. We already talked about it.
But who?
Oh, no one specific, 'cause they couldn't give a name. I'm guessing it's the people
How-
who built Bernard.
How long?
I'll turn like, have you been here since this building's beginning?
Saw it.
They saw it put up. It's building. So yeah. However long Bernard was being built ago. Brenna doesn't know that historical fact. She just knows it's been a long time. Seems rather cruel.
Is there a way for me to know sort of the magic that keeps them there and how it operates?
You could roll magical training to get more information based on what you already have.
And if y'all don't mind, I would take a point from the pot
Sure,
block.
go for it. Yeah, I'm good with that.
17.
Hey.
So picture Jimmy Hoffa, but still conscious while he's holding up the Meadowlands. And for those of you who don't get that reference, classic mob shove the guy into the cement as you're pouring the foundations of a building.
Mm-hmm.
That this particular individual is now part of the wall. Their physical bones and
No, Jimmy Hoffa's on an island with Elvis. What are you talking about?
no, everybody knows he's holding up the Meadowlands. It's fine.
But yeah,
I'm sure
okay,
he'd
so
rather be on
it's
an
not.
island. He's stuck in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
So the a fate worse than hell.
Yes.
So just to like make a parallel with, Witcher canon, it's not like what happened to Regis.
No. Well,
Yes, no?
yes, no, because what happened to Regis is, this is permanent. Like you're with that magical training, you're not sure you can remove this person living from the wall.
Best to be killed.
It's like basically they've become a lightning rod for the magic in this building. And
Okay. So it's not like if this person was like it's as with like Regis, it was sort of collateral what happened. So it's not that like
No,
something happened
this
and
was
she ended
intentional.
up being fused to the
No.
no,
Okay.
it literally is like it's similar to the sorceresses may turn failed sorceresses into fish, electric eels.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Still
Yeah, that's
creatures.
just weird.
It also, however,
They're
gets
like,
rid
we're
of
gonna use bricks, mortar, and elves,
yeah, pretty
said
much.
Bernard.
I mean, none of them are good people.
No,
No.
But this, do we know why they're there?
channels the magic properly. So I don't know what that means, but that's what they said.
What magic?
Magic, perhaps in general.
Oh, okay. I should know better than to ask fake mages magical questions.
And it's like he's tired. He's very, very tired.
I'm here for all
His
of this.
tact levels are lower right now.
Yes.
Can you
That is
ask?
the answer that they gave. What would you want me to ask? From a fake mage to a cornerstone of a mage building.
Can they do magic? Or are they magical? Are they a source? Are they?
Don't all elves have some magical affinity?
Wow, that's super racist.
I'm just saying, out of character.
Aren't all you elves super mystical? I
Aren't
mean,
they have like some like more affinity than humans do to the chaos, at least.
Yes.
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 I think Brenna would know that, partially
Yes.
from her experiments, the many, many mutations and experiments that she had. I'm sure that was brought up at some point. She's like, well, elves in general have more affinity to the chaos.
And you would also know, because it's public knowledge, that human mages learned to channel chaos from
From
elves.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, elves learned it from Vran.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But I think she'll just say that in general before speaking to this lovely, poor, tortured soul in the wall. What was the question again? Out of character. It was just
What
Oh.
could they do magic? Were they
Oh.
magical? Basically, yeah.
Did they put you here because you could do magic?
all magical.
They were all magical.
I mean, Kadarn speaks a bit of Elder Speech, so would he recognize the fact that
Can
they used
Darren
we?
hear it? I also like that. Yeah, good.
But like, because I mean, I've been, using they pronoun to point to talk about the person in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
But like, do I realize that it's they multiple people?
Yes, you can
Okay.
definitely get the
Mhm.
fact that you speak enough Elder Speech, and even if you are tired as fuck, they're using both plural pronouns and plural verbs.
But they could all do
What-
magic.
Are the others here?
I assume so. I mean, they wouldn't just stick one elf in a wall and say, yeah, it's enough of a magic channel. Also, they've been talking about we this whole time when it comes to the questions about the past and the building of the place and the magic affinity. So I assume that if the walls come down, then they will all be free.
Free or dead?
Well, this one asked for death. I assume that is freedom at this point. Seems to be quite a painful experience.
No, I know, and we need to put an end to it.
But before we do that and the walls come down, we need to... You need
Wait,
to be
the
able
walls
to...
come down?
They said when we die, the walls fall. So we need to get the things you want out of here out first, and Ianto maybe.
Well, yes, we certainly do need to get Yanto out of here. Okay, let's hurry and finish this sweep of the place.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be
Thank
back
you.
for you.
For your time, we will be back to try to help. And my headphones just died, but it's fine. It's fine.
Arzo,
Yes.
you're having a very pleasant evening, sleeping in a closet.
Mhm. I am.
Could you roll me an awareness at a -5 because you're asleep?
Fuck. How did they know I'm in the club? They can't find me.
You should just come out of the closet, Arzo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that. You can't, once you're out, you can't do it twice. It's
No. I mean, if you can regain your virginity, I'm fairly certain you can just re-enter the closet. Isn't that how it works?
There's a lot of questions that I want to ask. Like regain it as like to like what effect? Because I don't. Does it have?
It's from what? Well, I know that. Look, no, I'm not even gonna go with that joke because it's going to be gross and horrible. But I'll keep it for offline chat if you want.
Okay. Cool. Now I gotta know. So yeah, we'll do some online chat. Here's this awareness at a -5.
Because you asleep.
Cause I asleep. Additional mods. -5. Ooh, still not bad.
There are sounds in the house enough to wake you up.
Wait, did it apply to -5?
Yes, yeah, it did, because it goes plus -5.
Okay. There it is. Okay. Well, am I upset about it? Like, did I get enough sleep?
No, it's only been a couple hours.
Damn it. Okay.
And they woke you up in the middle of a run cycle.
Oh, those sons of bitches. What was the sound? Is
It's
it
like, it's not enough-
continuous?
Yeah, you hear sounds in the rest of the house, but you're in the closet, and this is outside the bedroom door. So, sound is muffled by 2 walls from where your perspective is. It's enough that you can hear it, and you know that it's ongoing, and it's enough to wake you up, but you can't quite. It's that really annoying level of, like, if it was louder, I would be able to ignore it because I could just filter it out and go, that's, background noise. Or if it was quieter, I could just sleep through it.
Well, I'm gonna wake my ass up and go outside then. So let's check it out. Just in pajamas, to get a better sense of what the sound indicates that it is. And then if it's danger sound, I'll get some equipment. And if it's just like a sleepwalking kerfuffle, then I won't need any danger quelling implements.
So you're going outside the bedroom in your pajamas. By the way, I asked this question for the audience's understanding and ability to imagine better. And because I want to know.
Uh-huh.
Could you describe Arzo's pajamas?
Completely nude.
Okay.
Just kidding. He'll have like
Look, it was that or rubber duckies. It was one of the two.
Yanto tends to sleep nude, so it could happen.
He's got those slippers that are Godzilla feet that every time you step on it, it goes. No, just kidding. He's what would be undergarments of just like linen briefs and a sleeveless poet shirt, because you got to have some temperature exchange in the armal area. It has like a ratty sleeveless poet shirt. It's been used like a blanket a child has. And then that's what he's going down with.
You open the bedroom door to a sight of dead bodies, blood, and a knife as Erwin spins the blade towards you. And that's where we're going to take the break for the.
Uh, 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 what?
We'll be right back. Take your time, get yourself refreshed, stretch. We'll see you in a few, everybody. Bye.
You're muted.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hi.
We're back.
Hello. Oh shit, we're back.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's why there was a countdown and everything.
Yeah, there was a countdown.
We're back, and this time we're dangerous.
Well, one of us is. Someone is, actually, because there's a knife coming at Arzo's throat. Hey, Arzo, what are you going to do?
It's my dad. Don't kill him.
Is he intentionally stabbing or is he flailing wildly? Can I tell the difference in the time that I have?
You can make a deduction roll. But you will not be able to then move. You will instead have it will take your move to do the deduction roll.
Dodge first, ask questions later.
So here's what I'm going to do. If I open the door close to me, is he coming into the doorway to stab me? Or am I out and he is stabbing me out when I'm outside of the door? So am I more out into the hallway
No,
or
when
am I
you
more
open
into
the
the
door,
room?
you see dead bodies, pools of blood, you see Carowin with a knife coming at your throat. Literally your throat.
All right. Not going to dodge, but with all of my fucking might, I'm going to slam the door back in place.
For the purposes of this roll, brawling.
Is it brawling? Because I'm not striking a person. I'm swinging a door very hard. Would it be physique? Like both are high, but
No, I think in this case it's brawling because it's not just to swing the door, it's to make sure you get the timing to swing the door before the knife gets to your throat.
Okay.
You're using the door as a shield in addition to just slamming it shut.
That's
Hopefully Anto's dad's muscles are like real atrophied from being in a coffin for like 50 years.
weapon selection. There's not a door in the drop-down menu.
Just skip it. And you?
21. Ooh.
Eye goes to the defender. You manage to close this door, but you hear the thud of the knife pierce the door. Not all the way through, but significant enough that you know that it's a big old kitchen knife or
There's a
fighting dagger.
there's a lock on the inside.
Yeah, there's a... Yanto, was there a lock on the inside of your bedroom door?
Oh, yeah. Have you met me? I mean, yes. There are probably also secret hidden compartments also in this bedroom, but that's a whole different thing altogether. Maybe a false wall. I'm just saying. Not like a whole false wall, but you know what I mean? Where you're like, I'm going to stand right over here. And if I stand here, you can't see me when you walk in the door, just in case I need to. You know what I mean? Also, probably some wigs. And, you know, other things. Made of leather. Stuff. You know, just have things in my room.
So, Arzo, you slam the door shut,
Lock it.
lock the door. Brenna!
Yes. I'm so much happier now that I've eaten. Yes, what's up?
You and Kadar. I'm glad you've eaten.
Oh, me too.
You and Kadar, you have finished going through the rooms here?
Yep. I think so.
Yeah, pretty much. You found everything that there was to find.
Yep. Time to go, I think.
I'm just in the room because nobody's told me about, like, Han Solo. I'm just like,
No,
you know.
I think it might be best if Yanto doesn't know about Han Solo. Seems like something that might traumatize him a little bit.
Setting up my little frame job just in case, you know, like a little mild, just a little misdirection. That's all. Having a
Right.
fairly mellow time, you know, checking out the decor as you do.
Should probably get back for now. You can get some rest, so we can figure out what to do about that. to Kadern.
Ah,
Can you open the portal like this, or do you need to rest beforehand?
I think I can.
You're not sure, maybe you should sit down for a bit and then
You can, because it's not. You're activating it from this side with a standing portal that's. So you're
Yeah,
not.
but I didn't need any stamina last time. I thought I did.
Yeah, but haven't you recovered stamina?
Well, yes, but I don't remember how much it was to open
No,
the
it
portal.
was like it was the same amount as your teleport. It's not the port. It's not the stand. You're not using. It's not the standing portal drain. So it's like
Okay.
6.
because it's a permanent fixture.
You're
Then
it's like you're turning it on. Not.
in that case, I can.
All right,
we need
then
to go
let's.
back.
Well, you should probably rest. They're not going anywhere right now, so we need to get the things you want to secured first, and maybe have Yanto there so we can figure out how to kill a wall.
There are. I'm thinking of. There are ways to do it, but I feel like once we leave here, we don't come back.
Right, but we still need to get everyone through the portal first.
Yes.
So let's do that.
Let's. Yes. Moving to the portal.
All right,
I
Yanto.
remember we had a lot of stuff waiting for us.
Just pillowcases full of books.
Couple
like-
Yanto's like just
tapestries, some permanent
Couple tapestries.
fixtures.
is it, what's up?
We're leaving.
Oh,
It's time to
all
go.
Do you want me to take anything else?
I think we're all right.
All right. So give a once over, right? So of the place, so that I feel like my my misdirection might be pretty decent. I was like, what? I walk over to Kadern.
Looks like shit. Bless his heart.
What happened to you?
Also, possibly like a nosebleed problem.
You all right?
I need a drink and I need to sleep.
Oh, all right.
Very tired.
If you say I look like shit, I swear to all the gods, I'm bringing the walls down and I'm
Oh.
leaving alone.
No, it's just that I was going to ask a question, but Brenda said I'm not allowed to ask any questions right now, so I won't.
Maybe just save them till afterward.
Yeah, all right. Yep.
You've been writing them down. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to write them down. That's not secure or safe. What are
All
you
right,
thinking?
sure.
I'll just remember them. I mean, that's what you got memories for. Oi, Kadern. Kind of like tap him on the shoulder, like in a kind of a supportive way. But like not too big, so he looks like, look, here's the thing. He was fine. Then there's some teleporting, and then he's beating a mirror, and I'm not supposed to ask questions. And now he looks like there's a bloody nose. Like stuff is happening, and I was like, I don't know what happened. It's weird. So I'll just like give him a little supportive shoulder tap.
Like, you got this, buddy.
Like something's happened. I don't know what it is, but all right. Yep. Yeah, let me take that for you. I take one of his bags of pillowcases.
Right.
It's not a bag of pillowcases, a pillowcase
Yeah,
of books. You know.
Of books. Yeah. All right, start loading things through, I guess.
All right. Yep.
Well, he has to cast the spell first.
Yeah, she's like standing on standby, like I'm ready to just heat things through a portal. You know, like you do.
You know,
Little portal.
Yanto's just like
So much magic
candlestick,
in a day.
tapestry, just like just checking things out, like because Yanto knows nothing about any kind of demons
No.
or like Han Solos or any of this.
No.
It's just where like people are just being a little bit weird. I note it, but I'm not supposed to ask questions right now. It's fine.
Yeah, it's better if you don't ask questions right now. That's the thing. Yeah. Mostly for Yanto's sake, I think at this point. Like, oh, by the way, demons are totally real, and there was a big one there. Stopped time and everything. I don't think that's what Yanto needs on his psyche right now. Yeah.
Roll to cast
Also,
that
there's
spell.
elves in the walls. I don't think he needs to hear that either.
No. Aha! Wow, that was
Woo!
not the best crit in the world, but still.
Which is very important because you've never actually been to the hideout that you're trying to cast the spell to. Well, let me rephrase that. Where are you trying to go?
Hmm.
'Cause
Oh,
you
I was
sent
going to make
Ar-
us reappear exactly where we left off.
Where's
Wait,
the
yeah.
boat?
The boat? Did we want
Well,
to...
off the boat. Because we were off the boat with the carriages and everything, right?
You sent the carriages and
Ahead, yeah.
to the hideout
Yep.
with Arzo. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because we left from the
So,
boat because the boat wasn't
I
docked
would-
yet.
Would inside the carriage work as a location?
Yeah, because you know the carriage. One of
Yep.
them too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be there, and I mean
Yeah.
wherever the carriage is whatever.
Yeah, and you would be in the stable.
Okay.
That works.
So you open this portal, see the darkness of this
Probably the bigger carriage, so we can move things
Yeah.
through easier.
the non-Van Welder.
The smuggling carriage, how
The
convenient.
smuggling carriage.
The smuggling carriage, and well, that was also the carriage that Cadarn rode in most frequently. So that
Yes,
makes more
that's
sense.
correct,
Yeah.
So you open the door, the portal into the smuggling carriage. You can open the door of the carriage and see a very darkened, stable. Small stable, enough for like the 5 horses and these 2 carriages, and that's about it. But it's like inside a small walled courtyard of a town, of a town house, of an estate. You see some lights, but it's very dark. You know, mostly it's the street lights, and you see a couple lamps flickering on the upper floor of this. As you leave, whoever leaves the stable could see that. Hey, Ardzo.
Hello.
Um,
Can I help you?
the Carowin on the other side of the door has pulled the knife out and is battering the door.
How many locks does this door have? Just one? Just the one?
Yanto,
I would say if it's the bedroom,
yes.
I would say 2. Right? Because you can't have more than 2 because that would look. But you can have, and I would imagine that like one looks older than the other. So it's like, oh, it makes sense that maybe one is a little bit older. So you just add a second and you haven't gotten around to taking the old one off yet. So it doesn't look too suspicious that you have 2 locks, but there are 2 locks.
Or you could have like a lock on the handle and then like a deadbolt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So locking those. As he's battering stuff down, I'm assuming it's like a nice bed, like a large canopied something, like you don't mess around.
And this persona gets to have a nice bed. Other personas may not have nice beds, but this one does.
First thing is to drag the bed over or get on the other side of the bed and push the bed over to the door to block the door.
Roll me a physique. Just to see how long it takes you to move the bed.
Can I use
Mostly
some
because
bonus?
dwarf, not necessarily strength of dwarf, but dwarf proportionality size versus elf size king size bed.
Mhm.
King, probably a California king or like a Redanian king. I don't, whatever you want to sort of frame it. This is a nice estate, so I get to have a very luxurious bed. This one.
Yeah, so
And of
it's
course
not so much the weight as just that classic. If you're too short to carry something, you can't get your arms around it and move it. So I need that physique check, please.
Yeah. I'm gonna use 4 points of my own luck.
Good, because you still have 5 points of chats.
Mother dick.
Huh?
It will take you. You start to move it, and you're moving it.
It's fucking heavy.
It will take you a full 2 rounds to get the bed against the door. at this point. There we go. Now people are in the right places.
I imagine the closet, the closet, because it's an actual closet. The closet probably also has a locks on it, and that's probably where Yanto keeps things. You know, like because it's like kind of like a private space. There's probably also a wardrobe that like has forward-facing things. Like, oh, look, here's some clothes.
These aren't pearls.
What?
Brenna, Kadern, and Yanto. Kadern, you've opened this portal. You're shoving things through it.
Just hauling things. I think I'd probably go onto the other side.
I was gonna say probably have Yanto go to the other side because he knows the space better, and we just throw things through to him.
And like I'll probably at the moment, like depending on what we're looking at, like, to do the initial storage within hay. Do you know what I mean? Like initially store things so that they're like not visible, and then we can eventually move them in. But kind of like the initial like let's put these behind hay and that sort of thing. Because people don't need to see this.
So that's Kadern, Brenna. You're shoving things through your portal. Kadern,
Yeah.
you're just maintaining the portal, or are you shoving things through at this point?
I'm just going to do the maintaining. I think I'm a bit tired.
Yeah, Brenna is fine to shove things through by herself. She doesn't want to leave Kid alone right now, so yeah, help and shove.
So that's another round gone. Ardzo, you are. Let's see how Kerwin does at breaking down the door.
Hopefully, he's got poor physique.
What's in the coffin for 50 years?
Ah!
Oh,
Ooh.
but he crit.
But he crit only a little.
Only a little. And
I feel like maybe his physique is not natural. That's all I'm saying.
and here's the thing.
I think he's taking physique enhancers. Your own dad? Wow.
Since I can't find it
Ages.
in the Witcher book, I'm going to use cyberpunk rules where doors and portable things like that can have count as portable shields. So they have their own hit points, and the damage that you do to them, takes however long you can take to destroy it. So he's. But you see it just crack. Like the door has splintered, but it's not all the way open yet, and you can see it's that beginning of the moment, and the shining is like, here's Johnny.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. And he's doing that with a knife, not an axe. That's a baller.
Yeah. But and are you still moving the bed? You can get the bed to the door in this round.
Yeah, we're gonna do it then.
All right, so you're going to push the bed against the door. Hey, Yanto. Because you're the only person on this side of the portal.
The portal?
Can you roll me an awareness?
Sure. Why not? That seems fun. And I don't know why, because I feel like everything's fine.
I would also like to tell you that chat has. You have 5 points of luck from chat at the moment.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice of them.
Okay. I'm gonna not use it now because we might need it a little bit later. So I roll a 19.
You're hearing some really odd kind of thumping noises coming from inside the house. They kind of straddle that line between really, really active sex and moving furniture.
Nobody should be having active sex in my house without my permission. All right, it's weird. Boy, Brenna. As I take a bag, poke your head out. Listen. What you hear? Drop it.
No,
Still
she
bag.
she wouldn't poke her head out. She would just step through with probably with that really heavy thing that we had to kind of 2 people move through. She probably stepped through with that. And give a listen because she's like, if this portal closes, I don't want to be decapitated.
Roll me awareness.
Because you know it's always a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, where's it coming from?
You kind of hear something that sounds like thumping, but it really sounds like somebody's having aggressive sex against a wall.
Sounds like some aggressive thumping.
Yeah, yeah, but do you think odds is that I've got guests over?
Does that sound like something Arzo would do?
Well,
Deadpan, like.
I mean, I don't know.
Do you think Arzo would invite people over?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't sound like something Arzo would do.
Yeah, but he's like on.
How much of a player is your dad?
My dad can barely walk and move. He's like,
Well, since there's probably something going on, I'm going to grab the next bag.
Yeah, okay, but maybe we should go check it out.
Dan can't hold the portal open forever. We're getting this done first. But you can check it out. I can move the rest of us. I'm not going to leave Kadan alone right now.
You're not going to. Oh. I'm going to go to the front. Or I'll be right back, yeah?
And if you don't, I'll go look for you.
Well, I'll probably be dead then, because or in an orgy. I don't know. One or the other.
Well, if you're on an orgy, I don't want to know. And if you're dead, well, I'll find the body and avenge you. Also, you're very good at running away and hiding, so.
You'd think that, wouldn't you? All right, if it's sex, I'm feel like I'm qualified, but if it's like murder,
He's already gone through the back through the
then
portal.
I feel like you're better.
Yes,
Let's hope
she
it's
said
sex, then.
cases of the essence, so she's gonna move the last few things through. You can,
It's
you
like,
know.
I hope it's sex. As he's gonna go around into like as you get.
Spoiler: it's not.
Well, he doesn't know. So what I imagine that he's probably not going to go through the front door, because if from the stables there's a way in, I imagine it's not through the front door, and he's going to
Probably through the kitchen.
Yeah, through the kitchen. He's going to check in to see how and call out for one of the servants, but not super loud. If the thumping's coming from an upper floor, he'll be like, from the lower floor, be like, excuse me, Marie. He'd say it's like not super loud, but
when you open the door to the kitchen, there's no one there, and there's definitely sounds coming from upstairs. Arzo!
Can I help you?
Well, Carowin's trying to bring this door down.
Mm-hmm. The bed is against the doors, right?
Yep.
That'll buy me hopefully a little bit of time.
He just needs a 10 to hit a stationary target, but, of course. There's more damage to this, particular door. That hole's getting bigger. Where are you going as you see this hole getting bigger?
I'm gonna get my stuff. Put on the things that I need, right? So like everything I brought into that room, I'm gonna take like the potions I prepared and all of my non-pajama clothes and things like that, and I'm going to look for a window.
Is your bedroom window street facing or back of the house facing?
Oh, back of the house facing, and also locked.
From the inside or the outside? Well, it's
Inside.
inside from the inside.
Yeah.
Is it like a latch or is it like a padlock?
What I imagine is that it is. I imagine it being like one of those kind of locks where it looks like a latch, right? Like, oh, that's a normal lock. But there's probably actually locks on the sides that are less obvious. So if you were trying to like break in from the outside, you might be like, oh, that's the latch. That's the thing I've got to go. But they're probably less obvious locks. I imagine, like, you know, like how like you can have like locks on the side of the window that will like sort of keep it from moving, but it's not like an obvious thing. There are two locks, one obvious, one less obvious, is what I would say.
So Arzo, roll me an awareness, see if you can find the second lock.
It's not like some people are paranoid about having thieves or criminals break into their place.
I don't know what that roll was. Sorry.
Is it reflexive? I don't
Yep,
know.
I accidentally clicked
He's
something.
preparing to jump out the window. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, okay.
Ooh.
Mhm.
You
With
were
a
like,
30
I'm out of here.
With a 31, you can find all 3 locks. It will take you the round to get them done and the window open.
If it helps at all, you're like, oh, Yanto, it's like this place looks like a place that a normal person would live, but there are clearly secret ways
Signs
to
of
make it.
Yanto.
Yeah. There's like, oh, there's actually a Yanto who lived here. It's like, so you're like, oh, look, here's a place of a really rich person who's like doing their thing, but actually, no, I don't want anyone getting in or out of this place without me knowing about it. Like, if somebody tried to get through, it would be loud. If some like there are all those like
Little,
it's just
little things. Little
little
things.
Yeah.
Yanto,
yes.
the sounds you hear coming from upstairs very obviously indicate that it is not. Well, it's a lot more destructive, and if it's sex, it's not the good kind.
Right. Yep. I'm gonna head back to the go right back to the stable. I'm like, trouble, real don't sound good at all. Doesn't sound like an orgy.
How much stuff is left? to
You've
move
got,
through.
there's one pillowcase of books left by this point.
I think she slings it over her shoulder. Alright, Kaden, let's go. There's trouble with also.
Or my dad, or I mean, just sounds bad.
Sling, but bag over shoulder,
Maybe a bit faster.
and walks through the portal.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Drops it as she walks out, just so it hits like the floor of the stable. Hopefully it was just a book bag, and then starts pulling a sword.
Uh,
Moves into the house.
But Cadarn does not follow.
And Yanto's waiting for Takeda to follow because for Yanto, he's like, there are 2 people who can fight, and I'm not one of them. So Yanto's like,
Kadarn, what are you doing?
I think
and Yanto's looking at
Brenna
him.
might realize this, and she'll yell over her shoulder. Or not yell over her shoulder. She's like dropping the books, pull the swords. Don't take too long, Kadan. Do not make me walk to Bernard, is what she said.
Yeah, no, he once
Do not
once he
make me
finds
turn
himself
this portal around!
Basically. Like,
Right.
so help me if I have to walk my ass over there to retrieve your body.
And like
is what-
Yanto's looking at Kadarn on the other side of the portal.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
it's just going to take me a second,
Yeah, okay.
and I'll
Yep,
close the
yep.
portal.
He's gonna and then teleport away, I bet. Yeah.
We just close the portal. Right. Now
He'll
Brenna's
be back. If not, I'm walking to fucking Bernard. I'll kill him myself.
should I wait here for him or
Nope, come with me.
oh
But stay like 10 feet back, maybe. I don't want to hit you with the sword.
By the way, he's going to go solve the elf problem.
Yeah, Brenna assumed as much, which is the only reason she's letting you out of her sight for a few minutes.
and Yanto's like, I have no idea what's going on. Why?
Yeah. Cadarn is being the worst person to Yonto. I am so sorry.
And he's like, okay, is there some kind of like love loss, like like there's like a broken heart thing? Like he's like,
He's got to teleport back himself with his personal teleport. That way no one else can follow using the teleporters that's there.
go ahead. I don't know how magic works.
That's just how she's talking. She's like, if the whole thing falls down, I'm guessing the teleporter's gonna break. And that's just what she's telling Yanto. Yep. I would love to roll you an awareness. I'll spend one. No, I'm spending my luck. 19. Well, people are bleeding, and someone's stabbing Wood. And she just hurries up. She's like, "Is the stairs over here?" Ah, yeah, I found some.
We tied. We tied.
We
Brenna
did.
and I. Yeah, we did. I'm gonna stealth it. You know what I mean? Because
She practically skips up the stairs. I'll roll a stealth too. You know, it might be good to surprise whatever's up there, and I kind of want to see.
20.
22.
Oh, I see you. I
Mm-hmm.
see you. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
sister.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So
All right.
sneaky.
Whatever.
Thank you, Crit. Yeah, I
Sneaky
was
like a
muted
cat.
for a little bit there. I'm sorry. But they're sneaking, and it does not sound like good sex. It definitely sounds like swords. Something
Like
metal,
metal, like metal
wood.
hitting wood, and the smell of blood.
Yep, and the smell of blood. And Brenna wins that round.
I'm gonna just keep my eyes open for everybody else in this estate, which is not like 1,000 people, but you know.
Yeah, you can roll an awareness. You can.
You'll find him soon.
You, Ardzo,
Well, I don't know that.
Yep.
you're going out
10,
this
I
window.
don't see him.
I don't have a rope, but there is a bed sheet. Oh wait, so are there ledges? Like, what's the situation?
This is not a situation where I'm gonna have cat burglars hanging outside my house. So I imagine there are not ledges. No.
And what story is the master bedroom on?
So yeah. It's like a
Okay.
2-story estate.
Opening the window, looking down. Are there hedges? Is it just like spiky rocks? What are we dealing with?
What I would put it this way is this place is designed to look beautiful, but if you know what's up, you can get out without a lot of trouble. But if you don't know what's up, it's going to be a problem. Like, I'm going to know if you've been hanging out below my window, right? Because like I feel like it's one of those...
So basically, this is a case of the master bedroom overlooks the very sculpted rose garden.
Yeah.
And the rose bushes grow along the base of
Yep.
the master bedroom.
Yep.
So
Okay.
it's beautifully designed. There
Yep.
is, if you roll an awareness, you might find out more.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that there's not like a wagon full of hay a la Assassin's Creed I could just swan dive into.
No.
Wrong game franchise.
17 awareness.
You could find a path down, but you have to go over to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it would be one of those things where like if you try to go straight down, that won't be great for you, but you can like shimmy, right? And then get down. You can find it. There's like a safe path to get down if you know to look for it. Otherwise, I'm going to know that you were breaking into my house or, you know, whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I trust that you trust me. And so he's going to try to scale laterally to try to find a good spot to jump from, but also keeping an eye on, are they windows that open this way or do they open this way?
I think this is a double paned that you can slide up so that I can actually sort of like basically restrict that movement.
Okay. And it slides from the inside up, so you can't open anything from the outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ardzo,
Yep.
the hole in the door is now officially big enough that Carwin is pushing his way through it onto the bed.
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, here we go. Lateral scale.
I need an athletics.
Cool. Yikes.
Oh no, wait, there's a climb skill in here, isn't there?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, not this game.
I think it's athletics. Yeah, not this game.
Yeah, my whole house is like, hey, I'm an expensive noble. I'm an expensive like nouveau riche person who needs to be able to break in if I need to or break out if I need to, and don't want people finding me.
You managed to move and you found the pathway to get down, but you're moving slowly.
Yep.
So you're out the window, on the wall, sliding to the side.
I imagine they're like little like footholds, like really super thin ones, like not very wide, like just like a couple of bricks are just a tad out so
Have
that
you
you
ever
can.
tried to have Geralt actually climb a wall in certain sections of Witcher 3? You just want to, like, they tell you that this is where the wall, you're supposed to go up the wall, and you're like, great, where? Bring that contrast, bring that gamma up like to the 7 or
Come
8
on.
so you can actually see it. Cadarn,
Hello.
what you doing?
Bringing the house down.
How?
I'm gonna go back to the room with the elf. And I'm just gonna ask them, what is the least painful way I can stop this?
Oh.
How? Because I take it like I keep picturing them like, you know, Solo and Carbonite.
But not fully.
So like there's stone covering them.
Not the stone isn't covering them fully. Like their throat, like a portion of their
Oh,
throat is
like there's
exposed.
flesh out and shit. Oh,
Yeah.
that is
So you could just slit their throat. That'd be
wow.
easy. Yeah.
That's some fucked up
Yeah.
Warhammer 40k shit. Okay.
Brenda was like, I could do this, and then she's like, oh, but I shouldn't until we're all out of the portal. Which means
Do I-
Kadarn should probably do it.
Yay,
Since
mental
he can
scars.
teleport. Yeah, it's
Um,
fine. Brenda will give you a hug for it later.
Oh, then I murder every elf. No, is there... I'm gonna ask them. Do I need to kill each one of you?
No. Anyone.
And the others will die too.
Breaks. Circle. Although they're kind of like, you definitely get the impression that they're using circle in place of whatever terminology that they want for a magical working.
Mm-hmm. I draw my sword.
Mm-hmm.
For what it's worth. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And I will hit them with the pummel until they die. No. I'm going to if they're like, if part of their torso is exposed, I would aim for the heart.
Yes.
Because I would rather stop the heart than chop the throat and then have them like bleed out. Because I feel like it's more painful.
Yes, you can find a portion of the torso. I mean, again, it's that level of very emaciated, almost mummified remains that are kind of like half in, half out of this wall, slowly growing over them.
He will leave his sword in the elf and teleport out.
Roll me swordsmanship.
Patriot.
Oh, God.
Kill him. Yeah.
Is it a strong strike?
You can make whatever kind of strike you want. I just need a swordsmanship of some sort.
Yeah, okay, but strong strike would give me a penalty, so I'm not going to do that.
It's not like they get to dodge.
No, that is true. Because of what it is, I'm going to put my last lux into it.
Yeah.
You can ignore the second roll.
Yeah, I just need the first one. Yeah. 23 and a 21, it doesn't matter. You had to hit a 10 because they can't dodge.
Sorry, my luck suddenly went up to 52 for a moment.
You stab into the heart elf. You see light eyes, and you feel the building around you shake. Roll me a magical train.
23.
You know, but you basically did was disturb an anchor point for the entire magical working of Banard and removed it. So The wards are falling. The building is falling. Magical sink that was here is probably going to explode. Kind of like you. The mages picked this particular location because it was a place of power. Channel it.
Mm-hmm.
You've broken that channel. So you're going to try and teleport away.
I don't really have another choice.
No, you don't. But, I mean, you could go out a window. But...
Yes, and plummet to my death.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good... You are going to make... You can make this spellcasting to teleport. The DC is higher. Because you're in the backwash of a decomposing spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe use the luck from the pool.
I'm going to tell you, currently have 5 points of luck from the kindness.
Yeah, maybe use like.
Would the group be okay? Because we need to keep
no,
luck for
you-
Arzo.
Yes. Well, yes. Hopefully not for long. Hopefully Artso is. I'm almost up the stairs, and then.
So I will only
Beautiful
take
things will
one.
happen.
I'll take one from. Take 20% of the luck.
Okay.
Oh, look at that, 14. That's not even enough for me to teleport normally.
No. Yeah.
So, well, technically, yeah, no, I don't even.
Oh.
It doesn't do like the thing where I teleport like a couple miles away.
Oh no, it will. You're going to go off track. Very far. We'll come
But you're
back
not
to
in a
that.
collapsing building. Hopefully it's okay.
We'll come back to that point. Arzo,
Can I help you?
you're on the wall outside.
Mm-hmm.
Carowin's coming through the door.
I'm gonna keep scooching. I'm gonna keep scooching until I can find an optimal landing spot or bricks to climb down.
Roll me athletics, please.
18.
You are moving much faster now. You've kind of pinpointed the knot pattern that exists that Yanto put out. So you're moving your way down. You've about halfway now. Brenna,
Yes.
You're going up the
sneaking up the
stairs.
stairs. I'm so quiet they'll never hear me coming.
there was
Whoever
also a
they
large
may
number
be.
of sound about walls battering, door, wood splintering, and dead bodies.
Yeah, it helps. It helps. Yeah. Well, dead bodies can't be helped, so I'll just keep going.
There are like 4 as you walk over them
Wait, where are these dead bodies?
in the hallway.
In the hallway on the upper floor?
Yeah.
Who are these dead bodies?
Well, 2 of them are your servants.
Who are the other 2?
You've never met them before in your life.
What are
Yeah.
they wearing?
Just kind of generic peasant clothes. I mean, they don't look out of place.
I mean, but it's generic peasant clothes is different than like armor. You know what I mean? Like,
no. They look just like peasants.
okay,
Great unwashed masses.
who I know them. We hang out. Not all, but like it's just kind of like, okay, what happened here is like there's a difference between like, oh, my servants and like assassins and my
No,
servants. and their
Assassins wouldn't be
friends.
wearing armor, probably. They're trying to
Oh,
get this quietly. Sneaky.
And
Do I
then you
see
a figure at the end
My
of the hall.
stepdad trying to break in a door.
Well, roll me awareness.
Cool.
yeah,
Because by this point you've come to the top of the stairs.
22.
19.
Yanto, you're behind Brenna, so you don't have quite... She's blocking your visual at this point. You can see the figure going through your bedroom door and the big hole in it. You Brenna, you are pretty sure that that's Carwin as you kind of see his figure from the back, and he's got a very big knife and he's broken down this door. It's
Yeah.
also a little bloody. Or a lot.
Seeing Carwin makes her a little disappointed because she really wanted to chop somebody into bits for trying to come after the people who lived here. And she can't because it's Carwin. So she revises her plan, and I want to disarm him. I want to like come in there and be like, swing with the sword and just like, fancy trick disarm him.
Go right ahead.
For
Roll
my
that attack.
My first attack. For my first attack.
You don't get an ambush because it wasn't 3 rounds, but
And also, you have to attack first.
no. Well, I mean, but he doesn't know you were there, so you can ambush. You can attack first if you're the person attacking a specific individual.
Yeah, I think there's a whole thing about like if the fight has already started, the ambush doesn't count, right? Like
You
have
don't
to be the
get
first.
your bonus?
What?
Your oh, I hit melee. That was not what I meant to hit. That's supposed to be sword skills.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
was
re-
like, that's
let
a
me-
melee.
Maybe I'll do
No,
that. Well, one moment.
You can ambush in battle as long as you have engaged.
That's much better. He can try to dodge to keep a hand on it, to keep a handle on his knife. Otherwise, he is disarmed.
Sorry.
For the 22, he does not. He
He is
drops the
disarmed.
knife.
Yeah.
He is now turns his head, and it's a very Brenna, roll Witcher training.
Ooh, I would love to do that.
And then the outside in the hallway, I'm
Let's
going to
spend
check
one of my
check
luck
to see if these people are
on
alive
this
or
Witcher
not.
training. 22.
Roll first aid, please, Yanta.
Okay. I'm not great at that, but
22, the fluidity of movement and action that Harwin is putting forward is much more than he's expressed in any point that since you've
Yeah, a little weird.
recovered him. Yanta with a 14 first aid, 2 out of the 4 are dead. The 2 who do not live in your house.
okay, I don't have an Ardzo. I feel like I should not yell out names because badness. I'm going to try to do my best to stabilize, basically. Like,
Okay. Roll me another first aid.
I'm going to spend 2 points of my luck. 3 points of my luck.
Okay. Brenna, he's dropped the weapon. We'll come back to that, Yanto.
Yep.
He's dropped the weapon. He's
And I've got my sword.
now hyper focused on you,
Mm-hmm.
and there's just your medallion is vibrating.
Yeah, which probably not a Doppler then, because I don't think they set off the medallions.
Not unless you get really, really up close and personal with them.
Am I really, really up and close and personal with them?
By that I mean like in a sexual connotation.
Oh, gotcha. I thought
I
you
mean-
might, but I wanted to make sure.
That's as far as I've been able to determine. That's the level of like closeness you have to have
Gotcha.
to
yeah.
determine if a Doppler will set it off, and even then, it's like minute vibrations.
Minute. Yeah. So not a Doppler. Possibly an illusion. Or she'll just say, "Where is he?"
And this smirk just kind of takes over Erwin's face.
Yeah. She can tell it's not him. He's moving far too well for a man who was in a coffin asleep for 50 years. Even so, that it's unlikely he's being possessed. I would assume that the musculature would just not allow for that.
Mm-hmm. Also, you kind of can see behind the door that he busted down this door with a hunting knife.
Yeah, that's not something Karen could do right now. She'd be like, "Oh, better question. Who are you?"
And they just smirk. And widen their grin. Just a bit with too much teeth, but it's not like they're pointy or anything. It's not like a vampire. It's just
Yeah.
that too much teeth grin.
She's like, illusion, taking shape, not a Doppler. Brooks? Weird Brooks, I think. Who's this?
Arzo! You're halfway down this wall. You can hear sounds of engagement and things moving around upstairs. And the busting down the door has stopped.
Oh, that knife went 2d6 feet in that direction. It'd be kind of funny if it went out the window.
Well, it would have to go into the room, over the bed.
That's true. You never know.
Roll me a D100. We'll use Call of Cthulhu luck rules.
40.
It went. You heard Arzo. You heard the knife clatter against the glass of the window.
I mean, there's literally no reason after being
Go ahead, buddy.
slashed at by this for me to come back into
No.
the room unless someone's like, specifically Arzo, come help. So
You may or may not hear Brenna asking some questions of a fool.
He's gonna continue to scale the wall down
Okay.
to the ground.
Roll me that athletics. Last one.
No, that's not what I wanted. Basic roll.
You've made it to the ground in the garden. Cadarn, you look at the injuries. Your servants seem to be not bleeding out at the moment.
Why'd you say Cadarn?
Not
Yeah,
Cadarn, sorry,
yeah,
Yanto. I apologize. That was my mistake. I was looking at Yanto, and then also, like, Trooper's picture is right here on my screen, and then the image of the Cadarn, and the art is over right here, and the line stuff. Yanto. Your servants, one of them seems to have been slashed across the abdomen, but it doesn't seem overly serious. Gonna be a bad, like, your butler is going to have a bad, like, rakish scar,
Yeah.
but but it didn't puncture anything. It's that level of, like, the chest bone actually did its, the sternum actually did its job.
Love a good sternum.
Your lady's maid looks like she basically got hit in the back of the head, and most of the blood is from a superficial head wound, but she's unconscious.
But the other two people are like jacked.
The other two people look like their heads have been turned the wrong way around, and like somebody broke their neck and just kept going.
That's suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is suspicious. Because that's a different level of force with two different groups of people, right? Which is like, okay. I don't know who went into that room. There was a figure, but I don't know who it was. Brenna's there. I'm gonna sneak towards where the guest rooms, because I'm worried about Arzo and Kerwin. I'm concerned that maybe they might, if they're bleeding out in their rooms, I want to make sure they're safe, or I can maybe save them. So I want to try to find Arzo and Kerwin. I assume they're going to be in the guest bedrooms that have been presumably laid out for them. So I'm going to sort of like sneak to these guests, like quickly, right? Sort of like peek in.
Who are you going to see first?
Well, I don't know who's put in which room, right? So I'm just going to kind of go down the line and hit each guest room.
Okay.
To see if they're there.
We'll start with the bedroom door number 1.
Mm-hmm. It's like a peek.
Roll me an awareness behind door number 1.
I will go for the box. 7.
It's pitch black and there's nothing in there. And in fact, it doesn't look like this room has been turned down at all.
Okay. I'll give it a listen and then move on. It's like the thing is, in my thought, maybe my father or my friend might be bleeding right now. So I'm trying to kind of do like a quick look to see if like, would they be in here? No, then move on. Because I feel like time is of the essence.
We'll come back to you as you move down. Brenna.
Yeah, she's, with that Witcher training check, she's pretty positive there's absolutely no way this guy is a Doppler. her stepdad or possessing her stepdad because he just physically can't move this well. So that
Nope.
means he's free to stab.
Yep.
Though he hasn't tried to stab me, he's just grinning, which Brenna doesn't like that.
Well, you did knock his knife out of his hand.
I did, but he seems to be fairly strong, so you'd think he'd have alternate methods of attacking.
Well, you were having a pleasant conversation. That might
We
change.
were.
Yeah, maybe
That
he's friendly.
might change. Yeah, she'll be like, I would appreciate if you would answer my questions. If not, who are you? Why are you here?
And he kind of leans forward and just goes. Just breathes deeply, sniffs, and you are going to taste so good.
We'll
That's
see about
rude.
that.
That's rude.
A vampire? Am I guessing vampire at this point?
You're guessing possibly a type of vampire. You're not 100% sure what kind, though.
So, in that case, I would assume it's a swap to the silver sword. I'm betting that's standard for vampiric creatures is silver.
Yes. You would.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
There's
just-
not. I'm trying to think if I'm trying to think there would be an obvious exception, and there's not.
I don't think there is. Yeah. So I think she will.
Well, I think. Hold on. I can answer that question. I think there might be one obvious exception, but I would have to double check it.
And that could be the greater vampire. In which case, I'm fucked either way.
Maybe it's a mediocre vampire.
If he is a greater vampire
If he's
and he
a higher
wants to eat
vampire
me,
and he
if he's a
wants
higher
to-
vampire, I cannot stop him.
Nope.
So yeah,
Maybe he's just a mediocre vampire.
probably. Maybe
know.
he's a lonely vampire. That's the song that's been stuck in my head all week. It's called "Lonely Vampire" and it's a bop.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only. Yeah.
Higher vampire. is the
Higher
exception.
vampires are immune to silver.
Yeah. And if that's the case, I can't do shit to him anyways.
Pretty
So
much.
yeah. So she's like, we'll see about that, and then the silver comes out.
All right. Are you making an attack, or are you just gonna chat with him some more?
You know, I'll be like, I think she'll pull out the silver sword. She is. She's like, look, I've already dealt with a greater demon today. I'm not in a great mood. If you could just, I'd rather not have to stab you. You just would answer my questions. We could be done with this. just pulling out the sword as if, oh, what a chore. But secretly, deep inside, she's like, I can just stab something.
Worrisome.
Just a little eagerness to stab.
Just
Like the
worrisome.
hand's very excited, is it?
Artzo, you're on the ground.
I'm gonna run to the front.
By the way,
door.
you're still carrying all of your armor, clothes, and everything, and
Yeah.
running around in your pajamas is fine.
I didn't put the clothes on.
Did you take the? You didn't take the time to do so. You moved the bed instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine your jammies are adorable, though.
He's gonna run around to the front of the house and knock.
With the knocker or just your hand?
The knocker.
It's a great knocker, by the way.
Great knockers.
It's just like brass. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
So it has a good reverberation through the rest of the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
So you will hear it. Everyone would hear it.
Yeah, I'm not listening to whatever that is. I'm not here for guests. I'm here for this uninvited one.
There doesn't seem to be an answer at the door. Artzo.
at least not right away.
Not right away. No.
And you're like, is this the law? Who might this be? Because you don't know.
But while I'm waiting, I'm gonna put my normal clothes on.
Right.
Yanto. Door number 2.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go through the line before I go downstairs anyway, right? Just to, yeah, and I'm gonna have to. I imagine one of these rooms probably has like some slightly alternate clothes because I cannot go to the door in this outfit. So I'm gonna look through the door, and grab one of like my persona's jackets while I'm here, so that I, or at least like a dressing gown. You know what I mean? So that I don't look inappropriate when I hit the door, like a
Okay.
servant. You know what I mean? Like it's just a quick like this is one of the things that you do as you're moving.
So you're opening the door, looking, grabbing the dressing gown, and going.
Going, I want to hit because the thing is, if there are people up there bleeding, I need to see them before I head downstairs, right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna just hit the line of guest rooms and then
All right.
head
So
downstairs.
there are two. One, you definitely see like a fire has been laid, but it doesn't look like the bed has been laid in, been slept in. Roll me awareness in number 3 as you open the door. Number 3.
26.
Your father is asleep with no obvious wounds or bleeding. Looks like he's snoring. But you can't hear anything from inside the room. Like you can see the fire in the fireplace.
Yeah, but I can't hear it. That sounds like some kind of magic dampening situation going on, right? Like poke my head in real quick to see if that like how that changes my audio. If I can hear things inside the room once I put my head in, but not the rest of my body, just in case there's some kind of weirdness. Like
No,
that's
it's like
information.
even if you open your head and put your head in the door, you can't hear anything else.
Okay, but he doesn't look dead.
No. He kind of looks like he's snorting, like he's...
I'm gonna shut the door, lock it, hit the next room.
Yeah, that's your third.
Those are 3 guest rooms.
Okay,
That's the third final room.
in which case, dressing gown, sneak downstairs.
Dressing gown going downstairs. Brenna, what are you doing?
He's not answered any of my questions. He's just like thirsty vampire man.
Maybe he will. Maybe he's just waiting to answer your questions. Maybe he just hasn't done it. Maybe.
I think he's kind of insolent. Is what Brenna's thinking. She's gonna. She already told him that she had to deal with a greater demon today and that she's not in the mood, and he does not seem to be. I don't know. He's being weirdly quiet. Is he just being weird and smiley still?
He's smirking. It's shifted from smiling with too much teeth to smirking.
Mhm.
That almost
He said-
Han Solo level of smirk.
Yeah, and he said I was gonna taste delicious.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
No, she's like, all right, well, you've been uncooperative, so I will resort to force. Stabbity.
Oh my goodness.
stab.
I was just like, okay, that guest room hasn't been opened up yet. That one's probably Ards's, but he's not here. That one's my dad, who's here. Magic dampening, weird. Somebody's at the door. I'd better go find out what that is. As I'm like,
I love how it's gonna be Ardso at the door.
well, he's like, well, maybe it's like maybe it's Cadarn, right? Because Cadarn
Yeah, maybe.
teleported in.
Who would have probably come in through the open back kitchen door.
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna stab this smirky McFang face?
Mm-hmm.
Question mark? Yeah.
I'm very worried about this.
It could go very poorly for me,
I'm very worried about
but
this.
he hasn't answered any of her questions, and she has already like comforted someone over a feeling today, dealt with a greater demon, elves in the walls. She's done for today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Make that attack roll.
Yep. How about a 23 and a 44?
Well, the first one is a 43.
Dodges the first one.
He doesn't dodge the second
Oh,
one.
and that's a 16 point difference.
Big ol' crit.
Nice.
Sort of.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Big crit. It's
Either
crit
way, he's like, I'm such a badass, and I'm like, stab, big stab.
starts
so,
with
Maybe
5,
he'll
right?
maybe he'll smirk less.
Crit start with 5 or 7.
Mekton is 5. Witcher is 7.
16.
So you roll me 2d6. We need
It-
target location.
Oh, it's chest.
Oh, okay.
I aimed for torso. I
You
aimed
aimed
for
the
torso.
torso. Okay.
I aimed for the torso with both attacks. Yes.
Okay.
I should have aimed for the head on that second one, because damn, that would have been beautiful.
Hold, please.
That was
Maybe
a
you'll
double
give
crit.
the werewolf sepsis.
The vampire might get sepsis.
I mean, vampire, pardon me. Because sepsis is your thing. Like, it's your
kind
thing.
of is her thing.
Brenna, sepsis von Belder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sepsis is my
'cause
middle
the
name.
Different. Yeah, the difference is.
Now this is a monster table, though, probably.
Yes, it is.
So sepsis might not. Monsters might not get sepsis. They get something else, probably.
It is a deadly crit. You did target.
The torso. I did.
Well, you still have to roll 2d6 because there are
Okay,
technically
okay.
2 torso options you could get.
Cool.
Right, you can
How about
roll-
an 8?
With an 8, you do end up with septic shock. However, you are correct. This
What is the other one? I'm just curious because I've
oh,
only
it's
done
heart damage.
sepsis.
It's heart.
Oh,
it's
man.
sepsis or heart damage.
Heart damage would have been nice.
Yanto
Okay.
has some permanent heart damage.
Yep.
Sepsis is her kind of signature move, though.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yep.
So what kind? How does he feel after getting septic shock?
You stab into this torso with this second attack. Like the first, you just realize he moves almost,
Yeah.
but the second he just stabs, and he kind of looks down at the blade, flicks it with a finger, and will slide forward on the blade to grab you by the back of the neck.
That's not ideal. He might be a higher vampire. If so, I was fucked
Kind of
either way.
romantic, though. Kind of romantic.
Yeah.
Imagine we're hearing this.
And he's going to try and grab you.
Like, he had a chance to leave. He could have just left. Brenna probably wouldn't have chased him due to other concerns.
Oh, he rolled like shit. So you need
26?
26.
Okay, sure.
Very,
Dodge
very
escape. I'm gonna
concerned.
spend my
Very
last
concerned.
2 luck here, I think.
Very concerned.
Oh, let's see. Yeah. Would you all mind if I spent a little bit of our luck from the
No.
pool there? Can I
No.
spend 2 luck?
Please. Yes.
Okay.
I support all of the luck spending.
I just, I want to make sure I dodge. I do.
Yeah.
With the 33.
You dodge the first attack.
Yeah. Oh, great. Well, It's-
As the second one,
But he
Mhm.
has sepsis, you know what I mean?
Ooh.
So I feel like,
uh,
you know,
So, and then you realize that attack number 1 with the hand to come around to the back of your neck was preternaturally fast. So attack number 1 and then 2 was a 35.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with this one. Let's just roll
And
it.
by the way, you realize that his hands are still moving.
That's fine. 25. 10. Not a deadly crit.
Not a deadly crit, but still a baby crit.
It's not a deadly. That's what's important here.
But important thing here is the damage that he does when you feel the claws in his neck kind of grab you,
Yeah.
and he's going to sacrifice his last 2 attacks to
Oh, boy.
grapple you.
Did you just
Oh.
say, like, did you imply 4 attacks? Interesting.
Yep.
Yes. Cool.
That's 19 points of damage, which you know,
Yeah.
armor.
Yeah. So, like 3 of those get through.
Cool. And you are now grappled by him as he kind of leans in, and just feel him sniff along your neck as he's holding you by the back of the neck. Hey, Ardzo!
Cool. That's fine. Sure.
Yes.
You've knocked on the
Right.
door. The door opens to reveal Yanto after you've gotten dressed. Yanto in a dressing gown. Is it a purple silk dressing gown?
Yes, it is. I had to say that it was, of course, indeed silk, and it's purple, and it's got a nice, like a nice pattern, it's a nice brocade, something fitting for this particular persona. And he looks at you, and he's sort of surprised to see you because you should have been at home. And he says, "There's an intruder in the house."
I'm not sure it was an intruder, but it is your father, who was invited here, who tried to kill me, and I pushed your bed in front of because I slept in the closet in your room. I pushed the bed in front of the door so he couldn't kill me, and I climbed out the window and I came around to the front. Surprise.
That wasn't me dad, because me dad's sleeping in his room. Britta's with whatever
You-
it is.
when
there.
when was the last time that you had checked?
Like right now?
So then what the fuck is this?
I don't know, but Britta's in there with whatever it is, right now.
Then we need to help her.
Yeah, you should. I can't do nothing.
What do you mean you can't do nothing?
I don't fight. You fight.
I don't when have
Well, you can fight.
I can dodge.
No, I'm close the door so that nobody else sees what's going on. Here. I mean, if you could do your thing,
Wait, so if it is looks like you're dead, but it is not your dad, what is it?
I don't know. I ain't no witcher.
Can I try to roll for a guess with my dwarf brain?
Or your monster lore, 'cause you got some.
You can roll monster lore. Or
I
actually, you
got-
could roll education. You could roll education. Or monster lore.
Monster lore's higher. by 1. 14.
I mean, there are like a whole mess of different monsters that can take on the appearance of somebody else. There's illusion magic and glamours that you know of. You're not sure.
Okay. I'm going to go see if Brendan needs help. If it is a monster, do you have anything that would hurt it? I don't know, like silver or something.
I've got like silverware in the kitchen.
Can you sharpen a bunch of that and bring it to us in the event that we aren't dead by then?
I'll grab me bow from the carriage and I'll get some table knives from the kitchen.
I suppose that'll work. Maybe.
Can you just turn into,
It doesn't work like that.
But have you tried?
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me check right now. Yeah, no, it
Concentrate.
doesn't work.
No, listen, concentrate. Maybe you can do it. Really try.
Let me just go help Brendan. I don't want to try that now. Because if I lose control, there's something else we have on our hands entirely.
Well, if you lose control, get you back out of it. I'm gonna get me bow and kitchen knives.
Fine. And then Arzo will run up to the master bedroom area.
So while you're going up the stairs, Brenna,
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
roll me Witcher training.
Love to. I would love to roll you Witcher training. There you go. 25. That's actually really good.
The entire way this being is ignoring the silver, the attacks, the grapple, sniffing, you are 90% sure it's a higher vampire.
Hmm. Great. I think she just starts laughing. Because Brenna's not the most sane Witcher to begin with. So she knows she's fucked. And she finds it kind of funny. She's like, of course it's a higher vampire. Like, hired. It's a day of hires. Higher demons, higher vampires. I think she just starts laughing, which I don't know how Mr. Higher Vampire feels about it. Probably doesn't get that response a whole lot when impaled on a sword coming to the prey, them just starting to laugh. So, I see now you're a higher vampire. It's not wise of me to stab you, especially with silver. I'd still prefer it though if you didn't drink me or murder me. I have a lot of things to do, like murder the entire Wild Hunt. And she'll say the name. She will say the name.
Oh. Oh. really? And there's this moment of
Because
like,
Aaron's not here. Yeah.
and like
And
he's
and
left
she is
his hand. I mean, because he's grappling you by holding you by the back of the neck, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so-
and she's got her hand on her sword still, and what she's going to do if he goes in for the bite,
Uh-huh.
she's like, maybe I'll try to be civil, is I want to fire stream just because he's on the sword, so he can't dodge that like
Mhm.
right away. So he would take that full brunt of fire because she knows maybe fire would work. So she's ready to do a nice little igni on him, but she's not going to now because she has things to do.
You feel the nails of his claw, like the claws of his hands, like pull out of the back of your neck. Like he doesn't let you go, but
Yes.
he's
He's like, color me intrigued, little baby Witcher girl.
and like his thumb starts like brushing the side of your neck. You want to fight the entire Wild Hunt.
Oh yes, I have. I guess you could say I have a death wish in that regard, but at least a death wish with purpose. It kind of pissed me off.
Well, this wasn't the setup that I was informed it was, and none of people here are people that I was expecting. So obviously someone has lied to me. More intriguing. You also smell absolutely delicious.
Which is often delicious.
Not usually. Usually there's like this rancid aftertaste.
Maybe it's the elf blood.
Intriguing.
Sounds like you've a setup, possibly. Was it the
Well,
Bruxa?
Well,
Kind of a bitch.
there are a
Because if
number
so,
of
she's
them
dead.
there were a number of them that I
But if it was someone impersonating, oh, what's her face? Lady, she's on the NPC sheet here.
Dishalon.
If it was someone impersonating Lady Dishalon, she is very much deceased.
No, but I'm actually even more intrigued. We should have a
But what-
little conversation.
That is what I was trying to do, and you just smirking.
You hit me.
After I asked 2 questions and you just didn't say anything, I
I
thought you may have
thought
been one of those.
You
less intelligent.
my knife out of my hand.
Yeah, you didn't see it coming, did you? I think she gets a little smirk on her face with that one.
Well, I knew that there were people moving around the house. I just didn't really care. Feel like we should be a little bit more pleasant, don't you?
I would concur.
And he will take the pommel of your sword and
Hmm?
pull, like, on your hand and pull it
Yes.
from you if you, like, pull it out of him.
Yeah, she'll assist in the plot and we'll even wipe sheath. Well, left-handed.
About this point, Ardzo, you make your way up the stairs to see Brenna sheathing her sword?
Yeah. Bleeding probably from the back of her neck. This guy has at least a tear in his clothing. I don't know if he's bleeding at all
I
from
mean,
the
there's a
wound I
little
gave
bit
him.
of blood.
We're both like one small wound, and I'm like, oh well, she's in the sword.
Arzo will get up there shocked and is like open out his hands, just go, "What the fuck?"
Do apologize. You are not who I expected at all.
What were you expecting?
Kazak Gulo.
Why
Never
were
heard-
you?
I don't think I've ever heard that name. Has
Bless
Brenna?
you.
Yeah.
No,
say I've ever heard of
none
Zephelo.
of you have ever heard that name.
Can't say I've ever heard of the fellow.
What did you want with Kazak Gulo?
Probably to kill him.
Well, he stole from me.
Dreadful.
Yes, I thought so.
What?
What is it that he stole?
Personal property.
Well, considering you were this close from ending my life, What was it that he stole from you?
I'm sorry, we haven't done introductions. I'm Brenna.
Oh, yes. And he kind of looks down at himself, and there's this moment of like, this is definitely not a good look. And the image of
Yanto's dad.
Carolyn fades, and a taller, gaunt, human-looking figure, slightly pointed ears. Well, not really pointed, slightly that level of just pointed over rounded, but dark hair and a very long brown and black coat with black silver buckles, knee-high black boots. My apologies. My name's Dirtlaugh.
I love it.
Wait, one more time. What is your name?
Dirtlaugh.
Don't laugh.
You just get an eyebrow raised at that.
That is a genuine question. I'm not the joking type.
Ah.
I just couldn't hear you because I'm still afraid you're going to stab me.
No, if I was going to kill you, I'd be much more personal about it. I want to find my property first.
Well, that's enough. Those introductions have been made.
Yes.
Apologies for stabbing you. So I feel like that's quite an accomplishment. At the same time,
I'm going to put his name in the chat.
I've played Witcher 3, Blood and Wine. I know who this fucker is.
Detlef van der
Gotcha.
Erten. I cannot look. Do not come at me for German or Austrian or any of the above.
Good old Detlef.
Detlef.
Well, that
I would spell that differently, but
that's how
Witcher.
it's spelled in. Yeah.
I
I'm
am
just saying
going
Witcher
based
game.
on the pronunciation of, as I heard it in Witcher 3
In the
Blood
game.
and Wine.
Yep.
Detlef, I may be able to help you retrieve the thing that you are looking for if you can let me know what it is.
And we've seen some shit. We may have seen it recently.
And if it helps the case anymore, my name is Ardzo Gulo.
Any relation?
Probably. There's not a lot of Gulos just running around town.
Well,
And also, it's a little bit weird that you just attacked the first dwarf you saw. Just saying.
Well, no, I was told that Kazakh Gulo was in this household and in this particular store.
Well,
That is
you-
very interesting
you
information.
have
It sounds like
been
someone had it out for you.
misinformed.
Yes, they didn't mention a Witcher, although you are very entertaining. The last Witcher I met was dull.
Oh, I get that a lot as a Witcher.
Yanto, what are you doing while this conversation is happening at the end of the hall and this gentleman has changed entire appearances and he does not look like anything that you have ever seen before?
Well, I was doing what I said, which was that I was sticking out to the carriage to get into the secret compartment to get my father's bow so that I have something, and then going back into the kitchen and getting two like silver kitchen knives, and then sneaking back up because for all I know, there's this massive battle going on upstairs, or who knows what's happening upstairs.
Sounds
and so
awfully quiet. We both might be dead.
yeah, so I'm gonna sneak, right? And just, I mean, I don't know what's happening. So, yep. Bow and arrows, just in case, in my dressing gown, over my outfit. And then, two silver, get some silverware, not forks, of course, clearly, but, good
You
cutting
don't want to
knives.
fork him over?
Maybe, but although if we're in a medieval setting, we probably don't have forks yet. We probably just have spoons and knives.
Look, the science in Witcher is Very entertaining.
I have forks in Witcher. I've
Oh, that's
seen
not-
them. I've
yeah.
looted them.
But I won't
Yes,
take any
I've
forks
also
though.
used them to pick a lock.
Yes.
Just take the knives. Like 2 silver knives, and then my bow and arrow, and I'm gonna sneak because I don't know what's going on up there, and but with a quickness, just be as quick as possible. Because danger,
Mhm.
high voltage.
Yes.
There's like this fire in the. Also in the
Taco Bell.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of misunderstandings going about. Perhaps you should make sure your informant wasn't just out trying to kill someone else and use you for it.
entirely possible. I will have to probably murder them. I hate being lied to.
And Brennan just
Oh.
nods like, this is why I've given you my real name and I'm not, yep. I lied to a higher vampire? Hell no.
Well, so a lot of the things that you have said you have in common with a lot of people that don't like to get stolen from or lied to. So let me help you if that is what you so choose. And what is it that you are looking for?
I feel like we all got up on the wrong foot.
Well, yeah, fucking yet we did. You tried to kill me in the neck.
No,
You're
I
lucky
didn't
he
wanna
only
kill
came
you.
at
If
you
would
with
have
the
wanted to
knife.
if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead. You can't get
You
any
wouldn't have used the
information out of
knife.
a dead dwarf.
Okay, I don't think so, because if you wanted to, I saw your eyeballs. You wanted to kill me. I shut the door
No,
fast
I wanted to stab you.
There is a difference.
in my neck, and then I wouldn't have been any good. It's okay if you want to just stab somebody, you get to maybe the fucking shoulder. You want to go in
What's
my
the
neck,
gut?
and then I lose all my blood. I can't fix that. This is what I do. I fix people. You make me upset.
Have you tried tea? It seems like you might be suffering from some like high blood pressure, hypertension.
No, I just react badly to shitty people trying to kill me.
Again, I didn't try to
trust
kill
me.
you. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead.
You wouldn't
That
have
is
used
yet
the
to
knife.
be proven.
Oh no! If he wanted to kill you, we would both
Yeah,
be
see,
dead
like
by now.
those two over there, and he points to the two servants. Didn't want them dead. They're going to be totally fine. Those other two were not mine. They were there when I got here.
Well, I'm still going to stay angry because I'm also trying to help you for some reason.
He's a very helpful sort.
Yanto, this is the conversation that, and at this point, like, Detlef will turn and look at you.
I'm in the shadows.
Yeah, would you like to know
Stealthy.
his awareness?
I'm sure it's high.
It's
But I'm
ridiculous.
sneaky.
I don't even know the numbers. I just know it's stupid. It's a
Yeah.
stupid awareness.
I mean, catechans have amazing perception as well. So I imagine a higher vampire has much better. But he's like sneaky, trying to figure out what's going on. Like,
Yeah, and he'll just look at you and goes, and you are...
Yanto looks at Brenna.
And she will have a look on her face that says, "Do not fucking lie to this person." I think she has a look on her face that says brutal honesty. There's an awful lot of emotion coming from Bretta right now, and it's honesty. She'll say, "Oh, this is Yanto." She doesn't even care if he's mad about it, because better Yanto be mad than the higher vampire be mad for being lied to and killing him.
Also, Yanto has no idea what's going on. He's like,
Yes.
what is going on?
She's like, Yanto, this is Detlef. This is a rather large misunderstanding, and he was told that a Kazakula was to be here, and he was going to kill him because he stole something from him, and he hates being lied to.
Admittedly, I was going to kill him after I found what he told me where my property was.
Which is what?
An apple.
I'm guessing it's a special apple.
Very special.
I've only seen regular ones around.
A memento from a friend. It'd be...
Nice.
How is this an old apple?
What year is it according to you lot?
That's a great question. I never remember the year.
Let me get out the calendar document.
1050.
1050?
Yanto, just
118 years, give or take. Yes, this is about
Now,
right.
what kind of an apple has not been reduced to mush and worm poop?
One that
now.
I've enchanted to preserve it.
sorry.
Wow.
Don't mean to interrupt. It's clearly a thing going on. I just want to clarify. Somebody told you to go into this place to get a Kazakh Gulo and kill him.
No, that Kazakh Gulo would be here, and I could therefore find out where he took my property.
Right.
And kill him.
So
And then I probably was going to kill him eventually. But admittedly, first I was going to get my property back.
all right. I'm sorry. Can I ask who told you this?
Oh, some peon.
Yeah, but that's a bit suspicious.
I was asking around in certain thieves guild circles and put out a reward if somebody could point me at Kazakh Gulo because I want my property back.
Right.
See an enchanted apple, I'll, set it aside for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Detlef. I just thought so Kazakh Gulo, never met him. He's never been in this house, ever. This house does not belong to Kazakh Gulo. Has never been around Kazakh Gulo. Nobody should ever think that a Kazakh Gulo has ever been here. There's no reason why anyone would ever think that at all.
I think it was a setup to try to.
This
get
is what I'm
that.
trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
also, we haven't been here until just today. So, as a matter of fact, I just arrived here, and so did Brenna. So we've only been here just one day. So we shouldn't even. I'm trying to say there shouldn't have been nobody here besides servants. That's how it's been for the last couple of months. So somebody.
Well,
There's-
certain trade circles, as in thieves guilds, were mentioning that a particular member of the Gulo family was here, residing here, and also dealing with certain other underworld individuals, and this particular individual, Gulo, was identified as Kazakh Gulo, and he apparently had spent most of the day making fist tech for certain members of the underworld in Beauclair.
I try really hard not to look at Arzo when he says fist tech manufacturing, because she's like, perfume in her brain.
All right. So
So that's the rumors that's going around town about who's been residing in this house in the past little bit.
for the past
how bizarre.
day,
Well,
right?
you do move around a lot very quickly.
I don't. Just got here. Been here for 15 minutes, basically.
I meant in general. I mean,
No, I'm just thinking about that. And you can tell Yanto's irritated. Not at
Yeah.
not at the vampire, but at like it's clearly like a messed up setup that is compromising his place and he doesn't like it. You can tell he's not happy about this one, right?
Perhaps we could all calm down and have a cup of tea. Do you drink tea? Looking at that laugh, like, can you drink tea?
he sounds pleasant.
Tea. How about some tea?
Yes, by the way, your two... I'm assuming that those servants belong to you. Yeah, they'll be fine. The other two want me. Those were here when I got here. Also, that
Probably
looks
from a
really
thieves
untasteful.
guild.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. They was already unconscious when you got here?
No, the ones with their heads twisted the wrong way around, or at least, those weren't mine.
You didn't do them.
No. I mean, why would I? If I was hungry, I would be a waste.
So somebody else killed them. That's no good. Can I ask you another quick question? Just a real small detail, because I don't know what you are or what's going on there.
Brenna's like, looks like she's saying that. She's like, no. I'll keep my mouth shut because I don't know if he wants everyone to know, but I know. She
know if
looks
he's
like she knows, but she's not going to say it. She'll let him tell you.
A mage or whatnot, but whatever it is.
Also, he's got a
door.
little wound here, and Brenna's bleeding from the back of the
Yeah,
neck.
and his wound, you can see by this point,
It's closed.
It's closed.
Yeah.
And
There's a little blood
he's not
in the
even, he like kind of cracks his neck and shifts his shoulders. Brenna, you're almost positive any damage you've done to him is 100%
Oh, yeah.
gone.
But she is going to be like, yeah, I stabbed a higher vampire and lived to tell the tale. They're never going to believe that back at the cat school.
So, do you? I mean, I don't know if he's a mage of some sort, but me father's in his guest room, and there's no sound coming in there. Some sort of sound magic dampening thing. Was that you?
That room? And he points at the room with your father. He's like, I definitely warded one of them. Seemed rude to wake up people that I wasn't here to bother.
All right, that's all right. That's good to
How
know.
polite of you.
That's good to know. So,
Look, I've met Detlef, the man.
Oh yes, I did too. It was always a delight. Not quite as much of a delight as Regis, but always entertaining. Yeah.
right. So that's you. So that's good. Sorry, I'm a little bit concerned about 2 dead bodies in the in this place. That,
Oh, I'll take care of them. It'll be
no,
fine.
no. I mean, who did it? If it was not our gentleman caller friend here, somebody else did it, and that don't make me feel good.
No, but I'll do my best not to let you die while I'm here. So
No, I mean that means somebody else was in this house.
yes.
Oh, probably. I smell like 6, 8. You.
Right now.
No, not right now. Like in general.
All right.
Brenda, let me take a look at your neck.
Oh, it'll be fine. Just a little scratch.
I'm assuming by this
Yes.
point you've kind of like walking and talking down for
Yeah.
the kitchen.
Yeah,
but-
down
but
to
in-
make
in-
some cup of tea in
And
the
you have to,
kitchen.
will
Yeah.
somebody investigate these bodies and tell me what happened to him? Like, we could figure out
Somebody,
who did it.
a very strong individual took their heads by the front and back of it and spun it all the way around.
Checks
and
out.
actually very tasteful. Didn't crack the skin or anything.
Or
And,
is that?
and it wasn't you, don't laugh?
No.
That seems quite distressing. Was that like a? I
Mhm.
don't know many elves or humans or dwarfs that can do that sort of a thing.
No.
So that seems bad.
How did everyone get into this damn house?
That's what I want to know. This is not sort of this thing.
The front door
Alright.
was
So-
unlocked when I came in.
Odd. So who knew you was here?
No, I didn't tell anyone. They could have followed me. Nobody knows me here. Well, I mean, after yesterday, they do know me because I introduced myself.
To whom? I'm sorry, Mr. Detlef. I don't mean this. I just.
I'll start the tea and
Yeah.
just put a kettle on.
Would you? I don't know if you like wine or something fancier than tea. I don't know what your preferences are.
Tea sounds
Mage.
pleasant at the moment. It's late enough in the night.
All right. We've got another friend who should be coming in here. If you see another friend, sort of another mage like you, perhaps.
But
Not
and
a
as
maid.
you say another mage like you, Brenda, like the teapot just clatters a bit, like, haha, but she doesn't laugh again. She just is like,
That's a perfect transition. Cadarn,
Hello.
roll me a D100.
Well then. $14.
Ooh, you don't immediately die.
Jesus, great. What was the number for me to die?
75.
And up.
You had pretty good odds of not dying because you didn't crit fail the roll, but you didn't succeed on the roll, so you were trapped in the magical backwash of a collapsing building and magical working. You know, it was a possibility.
Mhm.
You feel the magic take hold and you know instantly that you are off target and you are not going to the right place. It's almost like you're spinning in place. However, you feel that kind of prickling in the back of your neck from that earlier conversation. That rising magic. You know it is possible for you to take control of this portal and redirect it. But you'd have to do something perhaps a little flashy, something that might draw attention to others. change the channels that you're using to direct the chaos through your body.
You just land where you land and teleport later, bud. It's all up to you, you know?
And can you just repeat, where am I exactly?
Well, you're in the middle of the teleportation. You don't know. You know it's not going where you wanted. You have no,
Idea where it'll land?
not currently. But you're pretty sure that if you used that other way, you could direct things. Perhaps even be a little bit more precise in your navigation.
Hmm. I've already caused enough trouble with the wild hunt once. I am not going to do it again, especially if I'm teleporting back to my friends. So I would rather let the what is it? Let the something fall where
Let
they
the
let
let the cards
Chips
fly
the
where they fall.
cards.
The
Yeah, the
chips.
chips fall.
Chips
yeah,
fall.
Let
Yeah.
the
they
chips
may.
fall where they may.
where they may, and you know, go on from there.
You have this moment, this flash, and then you feel the staggering effect as the teleportation ends. Roll me a D100.
Where in the world has Kadarn teleported to?
Pretty much. Where in the world
Uh,
is Kadarn now?
81.
81. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Da, 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 da.
Bring up the map.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Where has Kadarn been in his life?
A lot of brothels. I'm
A
sorry,
lot
you
of
didn't ask me.
places. He made a book on like
You did.
traveling.
You did make a book on the sex tour
Um,
of the continent.
Chapter
Yeah,
81.
some of which is, was written by a freelancer. Because Kadarn hasn't been completely like all over the place. He didn't set foot in every kingdom.
Just a number of them. That's all.
Yeah.
Just a number of them, yeah. I would say of all the places he's been, and I mean, I'm not gonna count like he's been to the countryside of like many
Salt,
different places.
Darn, Matina.
But he's been, so if we look at where he sort of started, of course in Adern.
Mm-hmm.
He's from a small village, but he's been to Vengerberg before. He's been to Aldersburg. Of course, he's been to Banard. In Kedwin itself, he didn't explore much of Kedwin. But he might have been in Ardkarag at least once because it's the capital, if only to like shop for something.
Yes.
He's been to Novigrad.
Mm-hmm.
He's been to Mahakam. And I think after Novigrad would basically be when he started working slash helping. Basically the 10 years of whores and debauchery would be no, that's true. It would be after Novigrad. I think the 10 years of debauchery would have started Novigrad. And then we'll go with the coast of the continent, Verdun, Sintra, Atra, Nazaire, Matina, Ebbing, Etolia, Nilfgaard.
So,
And then, going back up
Cadarn.
all the way to Bruges.
Yeah. Cadarn. You do recognize where you land in the moment. You recognize this particular estate. Well, you recognize that window. You jumped out of it.
Oh fuck.
As,
Does that
you
mean
know,
he's in Toussaint? Or
No.
Bruges?
No,
That's
I was in
Bruges.
Bruges.
Okay.
Yes. You remember that window when you jumped out of it. The bushes are a nice touch. I mean, kind of cushioned your landing a little bit. The house is dark. Except for the second floor window that you had originally jumped out of. There's a candle lit there. You hear the soft strains of music drifting from the open window.
Am I okay, what time of day is it?
It's evening.
I assume there are people around.
Well, I mean, if you're in the garden of this
Oh, okay.
house. I mean, it's in the city of Bruges, but you're in the garden and you're kind of like.
Mhm.
It's evening, so not as many.
I think then I am in no shape to try anything, so I'm going to try to surreptitiously leave.
Well, then in that case, I
and
need
get
both
to
an.
the closest inn.
Well, then in that case, I need both an awareness and a stealth roll.
Feel free to use some of that luck in the pool, maybe, for that stealth roll.
There are two
That,
left.
like,
14 for awareness.
There's 2 stealth.
And
Maybe
I support spending some of that group luck for
that
that
group
stealth.
luck for that stealth check, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just
All
supporting
right,
it.
all
Yeah.
right. Okay. How much do we have left?
2. Use them.
All right. Do you mind?
No, go use them. Don't get caught.
15.
15's better than it would have been without it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to think that all my stats are halved.
Mhm.
So
That's why I'm like, use it.
We're going to come back to that moment. Right now, however, in the kitchen of Yanto's house,
May I make a streetwise roll?
you may.
I'm
Thank you.
making if Brenna's noticed Ardzo tends to make a certain type of tea on the road, like if he has a favorite, that's what Brenna's making as a gesture of here, buddy, it's okay. As a friendly gesture to Ardzo. That's the type of tea she's making.
And I'm gonna
Yeah.
spend 2 of my personal luck on this streetwise roll. 26. I would like to know, because I keep my finger on the pulse of the places where I have my hideouts. So from what some people have said recently about some people introducing themselves and making fist tech and all that business, who might be trying to murder, this clearly is some kind of criminal situation, as we know. I want to know who would be trying to put out a hit on Ardzo if he's sort of dealing fist tech, right? So if he's manufacturing fist tech and working with some folks, who might be trying to put out a hit on him? Do you know what I mean?
Well, you know that the biggest, the most common dealers who are that mid-range of they're dealers, but they're not assholes.
Mm-hmm.
They one of those who don't deal the kids, don't stay away from school districts.
Yeah.
Have that bartender level of nah, man, you're already over the legal limit. You come hit us up.
Yeah.
Are Billy, I've totally blanked on their names.
Oh,
The twin brothers who
yeah.
are. Where did I put that note? Oh no! Don't tell me I. Damn it! Brothers who are not twins, but not twins.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to remember.
Karamazov? No. I just watched it recently.
It's Malcolm. Is it? It's Mal. It starts. One was an M.
Um,
Mateus. Oh, those
But
notes
they
are
would-
missing.
but they would not be the ones that would put the hit
No,
out
they
on
were
him. Yeah.
they would be the ones that would probably be working with
Yeah.
Arzo and would have would have done things perfectly fine. And Arzo
Mhm.
could tell you exactly who he worked with, but yes.
Yeah. Like
This
who would
sounds
not be
this
happy?
sounds like it's a personal thing. And probably not tied to Fistech at all.
Right, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm wondering about. Our friend here, who's not a mage, said that he put out feelers within criminal circles,
Yes.
and Arzo's been here for 1 day or
But
less
he
than.
specifically described. He said he specifically was looking for Kazakh Gulo, and was told that this is where Kazakh Gulo was.
Right, and so Yanto's thinking, okay, first off, who would know he was here, right? If he was dealing, I mean, some kind of criminal people knows that he's here because he contacted them. So that means somebody in the criminal world must know he's here because he's not been here very long.
No,
Right.
and if he was making Fistech, then the brothers would be the most likely.
Who spilled the beans? But
Well,
somebody knows,
maybe not necessarily spilled the beans, but
not on purpose, but
or somebody saw them in his company.
Yeah.
Him in their company. Sorry.
right. But what I'm thinking of is whoever said this has to know basically who he was, right? To sort of be able to sort of get that thing across and where he was staying and be within a criminal sort of space.
Or know who
So-
he was and then have him tailed.
Yeah. So the question is who might be, but we know that Detlef got this information from criminal spaces. So I suppose the question would be who's the most likely person who would have been able to feed that information to Detlef, right?
You
So we
know
have
that
about a
there are
day.
3 information brokers in the city.
Mm-hmm.
That are all 3 of them are very good.
Mm-hmm.
Any one of them you could see gaining that level of information.
Mm-hmm. But it's fast. Like this is like we don't have a lot of time because
yeah, but
yeah.
You've got the urchins, the ravens, and the snakes,
Mm-hmm.
and you're pretty, the urchins and the ravens are most likely to get the information the quickest. The snakes are usually the people to have the most accurate information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They might not get it as quickly, but their information is usually slightly more accurate.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's usually tied to networks of street urchins, vagabonds, people who will sell any information that they get.
Yeah.
Various whorehouses,
Mm-hmm.
all of those things.
Yeah. So right now, Yanta's trying to figure out like we have a security breach, right? That is not acceptable. He does not like that. So he's trying to like think about, okay, this guy gets it through criminal spaces, which means where would, and if Yanto has, if Arjo has been flashing his name around, all right, let me figure out where, like, basically trying to track where the leak might be because somebody's trying to kill him, right? So
You can think of 2 possible ways the leak could happen. Arzo, did you tell Yanto? I mean, did you tell Yanto what you were doing yesterday? I mean, you told them that you shared your name, but did you tell them where you shared your name?
No.
So there are 2 possible main routes. Number 1, someone was spying on him when he was making Fistech in this criminal gang, in which case that gang might have a leak.
Yep.
And number 2, whores are the most common. Because even if you don't engage them, they usually see people and talk to people. And you know that.
Yeah.
So those are your 2 main pathways.
But that also means that somebody has got active feelers out looking for Arzo.
Possibly.
Because that's a fast turnaround
Mhm.
for information for somebody for this to be
Mhm.
personal, right? Like if this is personal, that means somebody's got feelers up in a more sort of quick way, right?
Mhm.
Or it could be opportunist, but that means somebody's got their antenna up, generally speaking. Like that, like if you don't know Ardzo, you don't care about Ardzo, him being making Fistek is not going to ping anything for you, but that means somebody has got like a bounty out for information on Kazakh or related people to Kazakh or Ardzo. Like that's like a fast turnaround that doesn't happen.
Hulu family. Yeah.
Yeah, that the Gulo family, that doesn't happen. Like you got to know the information is important for you to sell it,
Yes.
which means somebody has a call out, right? For
Well, I mean,
information.
like, Detlef has a call out for Kazakh Kulo,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but somebody else is obviously doing something to
Mhm.
point out Ardzo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ardzo,
I
Don't
give you
like
a
it.
cup of tea that you generally like.
And you can tell that Yanto's like working through data, like in his mind. Like you can tell as he's like sitting there waiting for his tea, you can see these like,
And if Ardzo's quiet, grumpy, and Yanto's in his brain, not wanting to leave our dear higher vampire unentertained, Brenna would be making pleasant small talk because
Roll me
she's a
social
lady
etiquette.
now. She's a lady now. I will roll you social etiquette once I get off my suppression skills. Social etiquette. 18. Could be higher, but you know, it's
Not bad.
not terrible.
not bad.
he is mildly impressed at a witcher who is able to engage. Like, his manners are better than yours.
Yeah, and she's also not used to making tea. This also is not her kitchen and stuff.
Yeah,
so
there are a lot of reasons why he is not insulted by you or any means. He
That's good.
appreciates the effort and he keeps going with the small
yeah,
talk.
small talk, pleasant thing. And she'll even bring like, you mentioned hypertension earlier. Do you perhaps have an interest in the medical field?
Only on occasion, it can change certain things. I mean, taste. By the way, the tea is absolutely lovely. Thank you very much.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I try to have nice things in this place. I'm sorry about all this mix up and all that. And do you?
Yes, I do apologize. And again, those two upstairs want me.
Yeah, that's quite distressing. Were they there when
Also-
you got here?
Yes, like your two servants were unconscious. Those were me. I mean, but I didn't do any damage to them. I just moved through very quickly.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know this is you're our guest and all that. But it seems as if somebody came into this house before you got here and murdered two people that I don't know who they is. Think we should probably check them out after you've left, of course. So could you tell me how long you've been here? Just so we can try to get a bit of a timeline.
He will pull out a pocket watch.
Lovely.
Accounting for the tea, 25 minutes.
All right. Got to figure out
So
how long this.
basically,
Timing.
The tea that you made, was it my favorite tea, which is
Yeah.
the vampire oil tea?
And I didn't think vampire oil tea was your favorite. It must be one of the others I see you drinking frequently.
no, the based on with that number, he was there maybe 3-4 minutes before
Before we got there. Yeah.
Yeah.
before Ardzo woke up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't there long.
So Ardzo woke up to the sound of him basically
Yeah.
entering. But we're gonna pan back for a moment as you sit there and have tea and contemplate these things.
Vampire oil tea.
Ardzo,
Wouldn't do anything, this guy.
Ardzo, can you roll me a deduction?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Yeah.
23.
And it's a critical.
Yes.
Quite worried about some of these things.
Ardzo. You can only really think of two people who hate both you and your brother Kazakh enough to set you up against a hired vampire.
Because that's a big deal.
And these people are.
Well,
In my head.
Fortunately, their names are Hergra and Mesmo.
Okay.
And you'll also recall that, well, if they arranged for your sister and brother, or your brother, attempted to arrange the murder of you and Kazakh, I wonder what Zerny's doing these days.
Ooh.
Yeah. Several who's.
Alone in Kagan by himself.
Yeah. Might be. I had this whole adventure planned for the morning.
What?
Oh, that's me. That's me yelling out loud. That's not Arzo.
But I think, unfortunately,
I know how you feel.
that road into the woods might be distracted into a road home for Arzo.
Into the woods.
And out of the woods. And home before dark. Yeah. Well, if that's the plan, if I got to go back to Kagan,
well, it's on your way to Mahakam.
Yep. So, shoot.
I mean, you could choose to not go back to Kagan and continue on your journey into the woods.
Yeah, but he's the cool brother. He's the party brother. And my family. So I want to find out if the vampire. I'll just roleplay. So the person that told you that Kazakh had this apple, are you certain that Kazakh has this apple? Let's talk about your sources, because
well, the individual as I described was identified as Kazakh Gulo.
Right,
By
and
by certain members of the underworld. I assumed that they was going to try and pawn an enchanted apple. I mean, I did dip it in gold, but
I mean, was that entirely necessary?
I wanted to preserve it.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. This is perhaps a bit personal, and I don't need specific details. But where do you live? Like, do you live here in Beauclair? Do you live in a different kingdom? I mean, is this like a?
No, I don't live in Toussaint.
I see. All right. I mean, presumably you live in a place where this Kazakh Gulo could get it, yeah? Because as far as I know, I'm sorry, is Kazakh Gulo a thief?
Well, and here, and he pulls out a drawing, a very nice, beautiful pen and ink hand sketch on a piece of parchment, and lays it out in front of you, Arzo. Well, it's definitely your brother, but it's definitely not Kazakh who's on that painting.
Is it Zerny?
No.
Is it
Mesmo?
Mesmo?
Yes.
So it's Mesmo on the paper, but he was told it was Kazakh.
Yes.
Okay, well, don't laugh. There is a distinct issue here, because while you were told that this was Kazakh, this is my older brother Mesmo on the paper, on the drawing. And a little shocked, a person of your perceptive abilities still tried to murder me despite my name not being Arzo and also not looking like the person in the picture.
Now, admittedly, you did just kind of open the door and I saw you, and you did look very similar. There's a lot of family resemblance there.
That is kind of racist, sir.
No, not. I didn't say anything about species. I said family resemblance. You say that this man is
Well,
your
it's the
brother.
same nose.
Yeah, then the ears. Look at them.
Is your
Not to
brother?
ask for your input, Brenna.
Sorry.
Does your brother have got thieving skills?
It has been too far. I have not seen him in such a long time. I have seen probably since before we had met.
All right. So this is a different brother. I don't know how many brothers you got, who stole something from gentleman friend here. And
Mesmo.
somebody,
Bar?
I don't think we've ever met him, right?
No, but the name sounds familiar.
Yeah,
Been
fine.
mentioned in your presence.
it has
Twice.
been. Yeah.
You could roll deduction.
Yeah. I wanted to say there was the dwarf at the bar who we had a strong drinks with in Billhaven. Worked for Mesmo. But let me roll a deduction. No. Brenna's like, yeah, family resemblance. I don't freaking. There's a higher vampire here. I have things on my brain. Where's Kadarn?
What was the name of the bard? Our bard friend? No. That was Tarland Dano.
Mhm. Yeah.
You have heard the name Mesmo before, though.
I know we have. It's in my notes somewhere.
So
Uh,
that is everything. Please don't just go around killing people that look like me, please.
What can I roll to sort of think what if
Deduction.
deduction if
Yeah.
Yanto knows a Mesmo?
Brenna does not.
17?
You have heard the name Mesmo, and you have heard the name Mesmo as a dwarf, particularly when you were on the ferry and you got reference to Mesmo Gulo as clan elder of the Gulo clan. You've also heard vaguely Kadarn mention him once.
The one who was supposed to teach him teach him, yes?
Yes.
Did I get the vibe that maybe Kadarn and Mesmo were like,
Fucking?
yeah.
I don't know. Kadarn, were you fucking Mesmo?
No.
It's
Wrong
always
brother.
a question one has to ask. It's important.
But
Um,
while you sit and have tea,
Yeah.
Kadarn,
Yep.
worrisome.
the window above opens, and a hand reaches out the window, and a handkerchief falls on your head as you start to get up to sneak away.
Is there someone still at the window?
You would have to look up to see.
Well, I mean, assuming that they discarded the handkerchief and don't really know I'm here, I'm gonna like, yeah, and just glance upward.
You look like shit, Kadarn. Are you going to come into the house, or are you going to stand there and make me, upset?
Who's that?
Eleanor.
What? No.
I told you she wasn't dead. That's what Yanto's saying all this time. Nobody listens to Yanto.
Brenna might
Yeah.
cry.
He's going
If it's
to
really
like
her.
sigh of relief and head for the door.
And she will sigh and close the window. And that's where we're going to leave Kadarn for the end of this season. But in the kitchen of Yanto's house, as tea is being served, in conversations about the family Gulo and the identification of the various Gulo brothers is happening, Deslav will turn very kindly and say, "Well, I apologize. I didn't recognize that was not informed that there were more. Really hate being lied to."
Who identified this as Kazakh in the first place?
4 different people one a female dwarf. I'm going to be, unfortunately, a little busy for the rest of the evening. I really do hate being lied to, but I will be back probably tomorrow. And
Oh.
he will finish the tea and very kindly set it down
I'll
in
be
front of
back
you.
probably tomorrow. She's like, I see. That was something I was interested in discussing with you. Maybe perhaps tomorrow night, then.
Might I ask one last question, sir, if you don't mind? This, just trying to figure out this apple that was stolen. Was this apple in itself something that somebody else might want for power or something like this, or was it like just a personal memento? Question being, did somebody steal it because it was important for them to have the apple, or did they steal it because they wanted to set you against?
They stole my personal. Look, it's a golden apple. I keep it in my shelf. It's very personal to me, and
Yeah.
admittedly, I did murderize about a lot of people when I. It's an emotional attachment.
Oh, so it sounds to me like you were stolen from for the express purpose of setting you up against.
Probably, and why I'm going to be very upset about people who are lying to me. So I'm going to go deal with that. Have yourselves a very pleasant rest of your night.
I will walk you to the door.
Before you go,
Mhm.
I don't know that I can because I know nothing of its whereabouts. But if I can get you back this golden apple of yours, which means a lot to you, can you promise not to kill any dwarves?
Certainly. You're very pleasant. I like you.
Did you? When was this stolen? I'm sorry. Was it like last week, 14 years ago, 27 years ago,
32 days.
32
Ah.
days ago? Well,
What
well.
happened 32 days ago? That's great. We were in Matina 32 days ago.
Yes, you were. You can look at the calendar and figure out what date it was.
So, might I ask which kingdom you live in, or at least from where it was stolen from?
He smiles at you and says, "Good try."
No, I don't need to know your address. I just want to figure out, like, if it was in. You said it wasn't in Toussaint. I'm just trying to figure out who might have done it.
Let you know when I have more information. And he kind of like nods very politely to you and walks out the door. He does
Yeah.
not tell you anything about where he's from.
Accent?
Roll education.
Because I've got Nordling and Elder Speech, if that might help.
No, just roll education.
17.
He's speaking, well, assuming you're all speaking Nordling. Or
Either one.
Elder
Nordling
Speech.
or Elder
We're
Speech.
assuming you're all speaking Elder Speech, because that's the one that you all have in common.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You all have Elder Speech in common. Assuming you're all speaking Elder Speech, his Elder Speech is flawless. He switches back and forth. There are he very obviously has lived multiple places for a very long period of time.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
As
not
he
like,
told you, this particular apple is 118 years old.
yeah. So it's not like, oh, this
Yeah.
is more northern or this is more southern or like anything like that. Yeah.
We'll walk him to the front door. To be polite, show him out.
Yep. And he will turn and just kind of smirk at you and, well, tomorrow night, my dear.
Yes.
And then he will very flourishly offer his hand.
I will, take it like a lady.
And he will bow his head to give it a kiss, and then, but at the last second, he flips it over and kisses the underside of your wrist.
Mm-hmm. Figures. Vampire.
Exactly.
This is a kiss.
Just for shits and giggles, because I've always wanted to do this.
You've always wanted to do this.
God,
Yep.
I mean, it's.
I'm
Look,
ready. I'm ready for it.
he rolled like crap.
Yes.
It's still a 20, but he rolled seduction for a 20.
Okay. Well, yeah, but we know Brenna's. This is a willpower, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Resist coercion.
Yeah, I believe that's Rosa's coercion.
Yeah, she
Is
has
it?
no. Yeah, it is. It is
It is.
typically a resist coercion. And yeah, she doesn't have any training in that because cat school. But
Yeah,
she
you
will roll
you
it.
can't be charmed
Yes.
by normal human
people.
people.
Yes, but
Normal human methods, which is why I rolled.
he's still really charming.
He's really charming.
Yep.
Also very distinguished looking, and god damn, that Cody's hot.
Yeah, he kind of is her type a little bit, unfortunately for her.
Just a little bit her type.
Just a little bit. He probably hears her heart skip a beat, like, oh no, he's hot. Like
Mhm.
she's like, what is this? Because this normally doesn't happen to her. So
But
tomorrow night.
oh, nice, my dear. And as he walks away, he kind of takes one step and then another, and then he's 100%.
Gone.
Well, he's invisible. You don't see him.
Yeah, that's what she's supposed to do. She closes the door. She locks however many locks Yanta has. She walks down the kitchen.
Before when the minute she leaves with the vampire, Yanto turns to Arts and was like, "You're gonna have to tell me a lot more about your family. I never asked, but like now I think I gotta know."
Okay. Put another pot of tea on.
All right, because yeah, and he goes to make another pot of tea. So like he's making tea when Brenda comes back.
Brenna comes in. She goes, "Oh, if you were wondering, that was a
Aha.
higher vampire." She, for a second, she's like, "Why did I want to say hot?" But she doesn't. She's just higher vampire.
What does that mean?
They can't be killed. You can't kill them.
But you
At
can
all?
like chop them up into little pieces and hide them in different parts of the continent, right?
That's if you live that long. No, dragons are easier to fight.
I don't fight things. I seduce them.
I
so...
stabbed him. I'm very fortunate to not be a husk at the moment. And then she does not know what to do with herself right now.
Do you like some
And
tea?
so, and she just goes, imagine there's like the technology here, imagine there's like a pump of water. Imagine she fills up a glass and then just pours it on her head and then sits down.
All right. Yeah. Ansel, would you like investigate those bodies upstairs and figure out how long they've been dead and who did it or whatnot? I mean, because we got 2 bodies that wasn't done by that one. I'm a little bit worried. Seems like some sort of monster or something. Or you're a witcher. You can
I'll
investigate
go
the
look
bodies.
at that. Yes, I will go look at that.
I
Tea
mean,
would be great. I'm also very
would you like
cold
wine?
water. No.
All right.
And with
And
that,
Where's Kadan?
And she says it no with emotion. Like she's like, no wine.
All right.
and with that,
Going to look at the dead bodies and storms up the stairs.
with Brenna
Having a
going
feeling.
after, having a feeling,
Ah!
goes upstairs. Yanto trying to figure out with Ardzo for more tea about the family Gulo history. And Kadarn being reunited with his own family, far from people he's new friends, the traveling companion. That is where we end season 2 of Witcher Family of Wraiths. The roads home are long and windy. But we're going to go around and let everybody say one positive thing in general that they loved either about this session or about this season and as a whole, and where they can find everybody online. And then I will go last and do my normal shill at the end. So let's go in reverse order of how we started. Hey, Trooper. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm doing well. Yanto just really likes security. There's a reason he gives fake names so that you don't, we're gonna have to have a conversation about using fake names. So that maybe Ards will use more fake names all the time, like all the fake names all the time. We're gonna talk about it. So Yanto's in the space of how do I get my 2 friends who hate to lie all the time, because that's really important. He figures that Kadarn will lie. That's Kadarn he's not worried about. Kadarn seems like he can do a good lie, but he wants to get his other friends.
You really think your sister can lie?
We're gonna work on it. We're gonna we're gonna do some training on the lying parts, because that's important. He really wants people to embrace lying about who they are all the time. He wants that. and also figure out what kind of weird monster was in his house killing random people, and who are those people. We have to go through their pockets. There's some questions. So he's, Yanto's in his, I need to protect my friends who clearly don't lie enough. Like, that's what, he just wants to get that information security down. He's a little worried about this. And, he's respected Ardzo's privacy and not asked him a lot of questions. And now he feels like I'm going to have to ask him some questions now, which we'll see how that's going to go. Also, he's hoping that Kadern's okay, because Kadern has not showed back up. He's like, well, he'll be here any time, I hope. But his sister seems fine, although she had a feeling. We'll see what that's
Suddenly
about.
had a weird onset of feeling and felt some kind of way about that feeling. Like there was more than one feeling going on. There was like two. There was one feeling, and then her being like, about the feeling.
Yeah. Work that one out. Yeah. Whew. Yanto's like, do I have to get rid of this safe house? Because you know how he is. When things are unsafe, he's like, you cannot go back to those places if they're unsafe. Or damage control. Damage control Yanto. That's where he's at. I had a lovely time. I feel like some people just do damage and Yanto does damage control. I feel like that's what it is. This is, I feel like that's the deal. So I'm doing really well. Let me see, give Trooper SJP, you can find me on the Trooper SJP, the places. What can I tell you? I think in terms of favorite places, favorite moments, it's tricky, right? Because there were people dealing with their own feelings in interesting ways, right? I'm thinking about Kadern's mirror smashing. Like there's a lot, like I feel like everybody's got all these roiling feelings underneath the surface, just like roiling. There's a lot of roiling feelings. Each, like Kadern had some, clearly Brenna also had some, clearly also Ardzo had some, just a lot of feelings burrowing under the surface. But I'm going to give some love to the knock on the door from Ardzo. That's where my love's going to go right now, to Ardzo's knock on the door. And that's what I'm going to give my love to. There you go. And all the roiling feelings.
Indeed. And the person who led to that wonderful knock on the door, hey, Billy.
Hello.
Thank you again for sticking with us. We love you so much.
Yeah, no more season finale. Let's go. So things I loved about the season is all the directions and twists and things I didn't see coming. And also the addition of Simon. Probably the best part of overall season 2. And then
absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like the critical against the higher vampire, and then whatever it was that Brenna had said to not get herself eviscerated, and trying to talk out this whirlwind of a situation with the higher vampire, and hoping that it doesn't go apeshit and kill my family. Yeah, that's my high point. But I am gonna hop off. So I got a 3.5 hours of sleep before I got to be up for work tomorrow.
Go sleep.
So,
thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I love everybody. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out and playing with all of my beautiful co-players. And Prax is an amazing game runner for being flexible enough with my crazy work schedule to get me in late and get me out early. And it's been super awesome. So don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that enough. Wait, I'm very tired.
Go see.
You get what I mean. Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Joe.
Okay. So let me fix things. There we go. Nope. Yes. Nope. There we go. Well, that's close enough. Hey, then that leaves Simon.
Hello. Hi, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. Thank you for the game. Thank you for the season. It was a lot of fun to get to actually play Witcher in a more long form campaign. Wow, I mean, I have a lot of positives. I'm trying to think back on like every session, but I think in general, it's just the all around excellent RP from everyone. I think that is something that makes me, look forward to every used to be Wednesdays, Sundays, for the game. Especially when I just joined and was getting to know the other characters. It was nice to like sort of like get to scratch a little deeper every week and to have like a little more revealed. And I still feel like there is lived in experiences from these characters that it could all be ruined by just talking about it outside of the game and everything. But I think we keep that information to a minimum. And so like I know that there's like the two people called Peaches and Cream, but I've never met them. But I feel like Yanto like has lived experiences with them, and that's not something that like you see in every game. So that I really, really, really enjoyed that.
He does. He has a lot of experiences with them.
Yeah. But like it feels, from, and maybe less with Peaches and Cream. I just took that name because it was the name on the letter, but mostly with like with Baldwin. I don't know exactly what happened to Baldwin, and I could ruin it by going and watching but I prefer as a player to only know what my character will know. And so it's a nice environment to play in. And even with the NPCs, like you feel like they're like Lady de Chalon and all that, like there was always something more about them. So that was pretty cool.
I will say that Yanto wants to talk to Kadern in a safe place. He's not had a safe place to talk to Kadern, really.
Going by the games I've played with Prax so far, I mean, take any place. I don't think we'll ever be safe.
Well, Yanto's about information security, which means not on the road with people who are witnesses, preferably not with other people around, right? He wants to talk to Kadern one-on-one in a place where does not think that there will be witnesses, because he wants to know things about, like, he's had
Brenna
little
says witnesses. Ha! What witnesses?
because he's had some conversations with Kadern. He's like, but there's more to Kadern that he needs to like talk to, right? Like there are these moments where he's like, I need to talk to Kadern about some things, right? And so I think there's something really interesting about how like with each person there's like an interesting connection with each character, I think.
Yeah. So that's it for me. You will not be able to find me anywhere in December. Because I think after today, this is my last scheduled stream until 2022. I'll probably pop up in like random streams if I feel like it. I'll probably do some like pop-up streams on my channel on the Wandering Society. But otherwise, I'm moving in like 4 days. So there's a lot of stuff for me to do for the rest of December. And that's it.
Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that.
I suspect that Lindy has got some shenanigans going on that we cannot see.
I would never have shenanigans going on.
Absolutely
I would never
no
message Prax
shenanigans.
things in chat about possibly poor decisions or things that make Prax laugh because they're true, which makes them funny.
And you would never accidentally message everyone in chat
No,
with all
well,
that stuff.
technically that was the least ominous message. That
Oh,
was the
wow.
least-
Great.
You did not.
Wow.
You did not get to see like the 4 other that went with.
the couple after, it's fine. That was technically the most like censored, totally fine message. You don't. So if you're worried about that, I'm sorry, but there's a lot more worry behind that.
And now we're more worried.
It's the perfect transition. Hey, Lindy.
Hi, it's me. I make the best decisions in tabletop RPGs. And if by best you mean questionable, then yes.
Which is why I love having you and Simon at the same table. It's fine.
It's gonna be great. And Kadern and Brenna are starting to get along. I feel like they had a little bit of bonding at the mage school. It's weird. She's having friends now, and this vampire guy's hot. Wow, feelings. I need Eleanor, but she's probably dead. I gotta murder the wild hunt. That's basically Brenda's brain on loop right now.
Some consensual vivisection,
That'd be hot. I mean, informational, says Brenna. Prax has some messages. She has stuff to play with for next season. But my favorite moments from tonight. I really liked the elves in the wall, the elf in the wall, and having Kadern be like, what the fuck is that? Or just what the fuck? And Brenda's like, oh, we've been chatting. Like, it's fine. It's totally normal. After that greater demon incident, how could this day get any weirder? She said, not realizing that it was about to get 10 times weirder. So I really liked that moment with Kadern. Also, Eleanor, unless she's also a higher vampire or an illusion, that makes me very happy.
Yeah, I did
yay!
it purposefully to just. Kadern is like, fuck it. If I die, I die.
At this
She
point,
looks like Eleanor, and she invites me in, so I'll take it.
I will tell you. I will give you this spoiler.
okay.
It is not a higher vampire. It is actually Eleanor.
It is actually Eleanor. That's even better news.
But
Brenna,
it turns out Eleanor is a higher vampire. So
No, Eleanor's already an elf.
An operator. Yeah.
yeah. So when Brenna finds that out, she might want to cry from like happiness, which I don't think that's ever happened in her life before. So that'll be a weird feeling loop to go through for her. But Eleanor being alive, that was a highlight. Kadern being totally down to help the elves in the walls and be like, yeah, no, this is fucked up. Let's break Bernard the rest of the way. Ardso barricading the doors, just like out of a horrible thriller scene in a movie, especially knowing that it's a higher vampire on the other side. Like, dude, yeah.
What
Yeah.
he also, I want you to know that the original attacks on the door, he wasn't trying.
Oh, I bet he was like, let me just flick this knife at it just gently. I don't want to cause too much property damage, maybe. It's a nice house. I could see that being dead left. Like, I don't want to ruin the wallpaper. But
I
yeah,
do like
so
the molding.
this is mahogany. Do you understand? Yeah.
it's a
so
nice place.
It is a nice place. So I loved Ardso being like, lock the doors, barricade the bed, climb out the window, but then go right around to the front, knock on the door, and then put on his clothes. I thought that was just the best, the absolute best. And Yanto listening to Brenna, which I feel like he doesn't do that a whole lot. Or he's like, yeah, but this. Because I feel like they do that to each other a whole lot. They're like, yeah, I hear you, but I'm going to do this thing. But he is actually, in Bernard was like, nope, I'm not supposed to ask questions right now. And she's like,
Well, he generally doesn't go against you because you will just knock him unconscious.
that's also true.
He usually plots to do things later, but he knows he can't really like go against you because you'll just knock him unconscious. You've
Mhm.
proven your propensity for violence before.
What? Brenna would never have a propensity for violence.
But
What?
also, I will note, you also listened to him when he said there's a problem with the mirror because you often don't. He's often like, hey,
Yeah,
there's
so
a
I felt
problem. And
like
she's like, nah.
the weird
everything's
looting
fine.
of Bernard was good, like team building and
Yeah.
like bonding experience for the three of them. And I thought that was a good moment overall. So I liked that moment with Yanto specifically, him being like, yes, nope, not gonna ask questions. And Brenna was like, he's going to shut up. This wow, this has never happened. But then also his panic, just in the manner being like, ah, and then but putting on the dressing gown to go answer the front door. Like, despite the panic that Brenna's fighting someone upstairs, there's dead people in the hallways. Where's Art? So let me put on this dressing robe and answer the front door. So those are my highlights from pretty much.
Because what if it was the
everyone.
law? You know what I mean? Like, what if it's somebody like, and then he's like, he'd have to, you know.
No,
And-
wait. I'm sorry. You put on a dressing gown in purple to go answer the door for the law. It's like, hi. No, I'm sorry, officer. I totally didn't murder my husband.
No,
Yes.
because he has to be the persona of the person who owns the manor. If he's looking sketch, that would be bad.
But also, Brenna's like, law enforcement, do you mean witnesses? Because, yeah, Brenna's gotten in trouble before once. She's not afraid of it again. She's trying to behave, but, you know, certain people, vampires aren't applicable to the rules of cat school non-charmness, and she does not know how to feel, and I'm very excited about that for next, especially with the messages I sent to Prax that had nothing to do with that beforehand. By the way, they were two completely unrelated things, and now I'm like, oh no. So I guess I'll just have this on hand.
Vampire blood.
Yeah, vampire blood.
For
It's
what
like
reason?
a good luck charm for next
Oh.
season. Because some decisions are made and are going to be made. But yeah, you can find me online at Lev Lindy, making decisions all the time in all the places of questionable sanity and wisdom. Most notably on my own channel on Monday and Tuesday nights for Wanderlust and Wildmount and Mists of Ravenloft, where I'm the GM on Mists of Ravenloft. So you gotta love those questionable decisions. Questionable GM decisions are the best GM decisions sometimes. And not this Saturday. We just had our once a month Aliens game, but this month it's twice. So it's like Christmas because we get to play twice. So on the 18th, next Saturday, we will have our second Aliens, our last Aliens game of the year. And that's pretty much me. That's pretty much where you can find me at the moment because everything just had finales and is all wrapping up for the holiday season. So thank you very much. You all are absolutely lovely and wonderful, and I appreciate playing with each and every one of you.
All of the love to each and every one of you, and thank you so much for agreeing to this shenaniganry. We will be back with season 3 in the new year after people move, after people's schedules figure out. It'll probably be either Wednesday or Sunday again based on my class schedule, and that just makes life easy for the rest of us. But I will definitely announce when we have our life figured out. Not that we can know any of that in the meantime. God, what do we do that for? As for me, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax at Dear Gentleman on Twitter, and I will probably, this is the last of the scheduled game streams, but I will definitely be back doing some more Dragon Age Inquisition as we continue to romance Dorian and smooch a wonderfully fey wizard who is totally badass. Because that is just fun. Also, BioWare is just lots of things. But check my Twitter because I suppose where I'm going to be. I will be updating the YouTube. There have just been some glitches that I need to make sure that things work out the right way so things are correct. But everything will be on YouTube. Everything will be labeled in the playlist. Everything will be easy to find. But that is us. And that will be the end of this season. May you enjoy your holidays. I will see you all in the new year, or until I probably see you tomorrow when I come play Dragon Age. It'll be fun. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll catch you on the flip side, everybody. Bye.